Evasion, reservation, or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, now the moment we've all been waiting for. We're going to turn it over to Randy to hear what he's thinking. And yeah, tell the truth.
Okay. First, before saying anything, I also want to give a great thanks to the two commanders, interim chief or Chief Rizzo and Commander Cox, for the leadership that they brought forth, stood in the gap, and made the department function, not just function, but with great distinction. The ideas that they brought to the table, the way that they rallied each one, and the way that they came together and collaborated, just with the region as well as within the department amongst the men and women, is not nothing. And great display of leadership, and I'm honored to work with them even today as well. So thank you for that. Thank you. Which makes my being here even more humbling and more enjoyable because I know what I'm walking into, a great department with great men and women already in position and doing great things. So all I have to do is to see how I can clear the path for them, see what their values are, see what they want to accomplish within their respective careers, and just be a resource for them. I believe in servant leadership, transformational leadership, purpose-driven leadership. And what I see displaying already in the infrastructure of the department and even just in this region has been remarkable. I've been here 2 weeks, moved in a week ago, living out of boxes and finding socks and shoes, but a week on the job and already the community has just embraced me as I just went to different restaurants. The other chiefs and commanders that are here from the region coming out just to celebrate this says a lot about this area, which is another reason why I so humbly wanted to be here because I understand the collaboration, the sense of community on all levels. Who would not want to be here? And the weather is phenomenal. I think nature was trying to take me out before I got here. We were having 30-degree below temperatures, below zero temperatures. So being here is even with the weather here is even more enjoyable. But again, my commitment to the community, to you all, my colleagues, the council, mayor, everyone is that I believe in the profession. I believe in service to one another. My personal core values are service, inclusion, integrity, respect, accountability. Every day that I put on this uniform, or even when I'm not wearing it, that's who I am. That's what I would represent. And I'm committed to doing that in service to the community and to the men and women of this great department. So thank you for allowing me to be here to serve in this distinguished position. I will never take it for granted, and I will always be here for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. So at this time, we'd like to invite the City Council down to take a photo with Chief Hopkins. And then we'll add our city manager and greatest, newest city attorney. Many of you may not know Renee Ortega, but this is, I think, your second meeting, right? I missed the first meeting, so welcome to you. Nobody's an island, and the more successful you are, because the more support you get from everyone around you. I wanted to thank Randy's great friends, Heather and Pam, for being here to support Randy. It means a lot to Randy and therefore to us that you're here to support him.
Thank you. I too wanted to thank Heather. My family couldn't be here due to just distance and the logistics, but when I reached out to Heather, who I met many years ago at the NPS, she's always been a friend and a colleague ever since then. So I asked her if she wouldn't mind standing in for the family, and she's, heck yeah. So thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Chief, the last thing is to give city council members a chance to say anything they might want to say.
Putting us on the spot. No, 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, how long ago did we start this search? Year and a half? I talked to Lane and, I said, we need to take as much time as we need to take to make sure that we're making the right decision. And I'm just glad that, that we did that and that we reached out far and wide. And I'm just really optimistic about what this means for the community going forward. Community has a lot of needs. So, we might seem like a quiet kind of coastal town, but we have a lot of needs. And so I hope you're up for the challenge. I'm really looking forward to working with you. Thank you, Mayor.
Right.
I had heard so much about you. Today literally was the first time I ever met you in person. And so everything that I heard was absolutely, I just feel it, that you fit so well into our values in our community as our mayor said and Lane said. And already I say jumping in with both feet. So thank you so much, and we welcome you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So yeah, same for me. I can just say ditto for what my fellow council members already said. And I simply want to say welcome to this awesome community. Like I already told you, I moved here with my husband about 7 years ago, and we're so happy here. And I just know that many people in this community are very happy here. So welcome. I hope you'll be as happy as most of us are. Yes, and I know it's an awesome department. We just spoke about with some officers. They've been here for a long time. They feel appreciated. And I said, even if you don't feel it, please know all of you are so appreciated. So welcome to Marina.
All right, Chief. Thank you so much. And another thank you to all the law enforcement that came from around the county. Eddie, it's always great to see you. Thanks for helping guide our ship as long as you did. We miss you, but we're sure glad that you're in the county taking care of us from that perspective. And all the Marina staff, the firefighters were here earlier. Thank you, all of the staff, a lot of directors here. We really appreciate you being part of this magnificent team that Randy is now joining. And I know he's going to rely on everyone in this room to do the best he can. And to the rest of the folks here, we have some stellar volunteers, Elisa Smith and Jacqueline Simon, community leader, elected official, Wendy Askew, our supervisor, 4th District, was here earlier. Thank you all for being here to sort of memorialize tonight. I think it's an evening we'll remember for a long time, and it's not special without you being here. So thank you for sharing your time, giving yourselves to be here. All right. Thank you so much, Chief. Godspeed. So we don't often have a new police chief, and we have on the same night a departing goodbye to Christina Medina Dirksen, our councilwoman. And as I mentioned earlier, we also have a relatively new city attorney. But next up, we want to give some time and focus on Christina Medina Dirksen for what she's done for our city, to say thank you for her. So I'm going to come on down. Christina, if you could come on up. So I met Christina. I was going door to door. It was 2004, I think. It might have been 2000, one of those 2 days, one of those 2 years. And She was sitting on her porch on a sunny day out in front of her house. It's like, oh, who's this woman? She's pretty. She's pretty. And we talked, and she told me she was a reporter for the Herald. And so I thought, well, I better get on her good side because she's a reporter for the Herald. And that was 2004 or 2000. I'm not sure which. Yeah. So then fast forward to 2018, her and I went door to door together to advocate to the voters that they thumbs up 3 initiatives to bring in millions of dollars in new money every year, 70% of which would come from non-residents. So pretty good deal that we were advocating thumbs up. But she was willing to go door to door, even though she wasn't officially a part of the city as far as elected official or anything like that. So that's when I got to know her a lot better than I had previously. And she is just a force of nature. She's the mother of 3 beautiful, wonderful triplets, husband to a wife to a wonderful husband, hardworking, great dad. She keeps a lot of things going personally, family-wise, and here with the city. And I can't say enough about Christina Benita Dirksen, what you've done for our city while juggling the normal responsibilities that other moms have. You've also been super engaged. So with that, I want to thank you for the millions of dollars that are coming in every year that make our community better than it would have been without that influx. But mainly just because you're such a good person and you've given so much of your heart to us, our community, our city, just like you did to your own family. And we just can't thank you enough. Christina Medina Dirksen. I'd like to present you with a gift, a small token. A parting gift. And so now we'd like to hear.
Thank you, Bruce. I said my words the other day when I announced my resignation, but thinking back to what that really meant, is just not that it's a goodbye. It is a different hat that I'm wearing. I am still living in Marina. I am still engaged, and I'm still supportive of these people right here who are making the decisions and are here not just on Tuesday nights, but the weekends reading their packets, and the staff that are implementing the decisions. I am forever going to be a supporter should you need anything. And to the residents who are watching, thank you for being engaged. One of the main things that I really brought to the table was being able to have your opinion heard. Too often in government, we just sort of chalk it up to that's how decisions are made, and you don't have a voice, and what happens on the national level can just turn us all off. But my goal was to engage people, and I think we've done that. We've done quite a few things together, this council, working very hard. I was just looking at the mayor, and as he was preparing for the meeting, and he gave me the honor to be the mayor pro tem. I'm eternally grateful for that role. Some people said it's just ceremonious. No, it's work. We've got together, we made some policy together, we communicated, and the one thing all of us have in common is that our heart is here for Marina. It is the values that the chief just talked about: inclusion, diversity, accountability. You had 5, and I liked your 5. But those kind of things. So it's been my pleasure to work with each and every one of you, the fire chief, public works, Andrea in recreation, Belinda, bringing new people like Belinda and staff on board. So I think I might have said it before, but another city has a logo that said it's happening. I want to go steal their sign and put it here because it happened there and now it's happening in Marina. And I'm just honored to be able to be at the table, helping to make some of those decisions, and now with a different hat on, bringing better opportunities to Monterey County. So my next role, I did not take the position, I did not take this decision to leave my term lightly, but it was the best decision for my family, who've been behind me and allowed me to do this work, which I appreciate you very much, Doug and girls. But just know the next step is going to be even better and brighter for all of us. So thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for everything these people are doing. The only thing I also lament is not being able to work with our new city attorney and our new police chief. We got a great team, so I'm really proud of what I was able to accomplish in helping to make some of those things happen with the capacity of our staff. So that's all I have to say. And thank you, Shep. Thank you so much. There you go.
All right, Viviana, Ruby, Maricela. What up? And Dad, if you can join in for a photo. Can we take a photo first, Michelle, of just the family? And then I'll ask council to join the family. Who's a famous female tennis player?
Serena Williams.
Future Serena Williams, ladies and gentlemen. Coco. Okay, council, you want to join us? Well, it's been a really warm and kind of family atmosphere evening. So again, thank you everyone for being part of this. Doesn't happen every week, but it sure is sweet. Tonight was a very pleasant experience. We have a lot to look forward to. Good night, Doug. Okay, so now we move on to a City Public Works Projects of the Year Award. Brian McMahon, our Director of Public Works, is going to lead us through these. And I think some of these were presented, if I'm not wrong, at the Transportation Agency of Monterey County, at least one of them. But
Yeah, we have a few people represented here. Yeah, I don't know how I could get up and do anything after all of that. I'd have to be part of an award-winning team. Actually, 'cause certainly couldn't hold this on my own. But the city's, we've invested a lot in our capital improvement program and have had a lot of help from our consultants and stakeholders in the community. And we're seeing the fruits of that in the projects that we're seeing delivered in the community, and they're being recognized by regional agencies and professional organizations in our area. So I have 4 awards tonight. These have already been presented. One at the Transportation Agency for Monterey County Board of Directors meeting, and then 3 of them at the recent American Public Works Association Monterey Bay chapter meeting, recognized regionally by various different organizations. So the first one is the Transportation Excellence Award from TAMSI. And if I could have Elvie Camacho join me up here for this one. This is for the California Avenue pedestrian crossing. And on it, they're recognizing the City of Marina, Wallace Group, CSG, and Monterey Peninsula Engineering. So took a team to deliver it, but Elvie was the project manager representing Wallace Group here. So thank you, team. I don't know. All right. The next project is the APWA 2024 Project of the Year for structures less than 5 million. And this is for the Gloria Jean Tate Park pump track. And as I've said, this is the only pump track I've worked on in my career, and it turned out pretty good. But no, I have not yet. APWA is the American Public Works Association. So, but this is awarded to the City of Marina and Monterey Peninsula Engineering, Santa Cruz Mountains Trail Stewardship, Verde Design, Wallace Group, and Wormhout, Zach Wormhout. And Derek McKee is here. He's representing Verde, and they were the landscape architect on this project. So Derek, if you could come up. And then you got the yeah, sure, if you want to.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. This was a very nice project to work on. And, you know, it's the first phase. We have other improvements we're looking to make out there. For me, that opening was spectacular. It was one of the best openings, you know, I've ever been a part of. And, you know, to see everybody anxious to be on the track and us trying to hold them back and everything, it was great. So, you know, hopefully everything worked out that day. There was a lot of kids out there, but I think it's special. We've taken a lot of photographs of it. We work very closely with Zach Wormhout and his crew on it. And, you know, we think it's exceptional. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yep.
So many people love that track every day. Thank you for being part of it.
Thanks, Terry. Okay, the next one, another one from APWA, is the 2024 Project of the Year for Small Cities, Rural Communities Structures. And this is for the Martin Luther King Jr. Sculpture Garden. And we have Bianca Koenig here with BEK Collective, our landscape architect. Also on the team was Monterey Peninsula Engineering and Wallace Group. So Bianca can come on.
Well, I think we can all agree that the city of Marina knows how to celebrate. And it really, truly was an honor to be a part of this project, to help create a piece of Marina that could serve as a place for gathering and community and celebrating diversity. It's beyond what I could imagine. I had to drive by it twice before on my way here just to keep looking at it. So thank you again and congratulations.
Bianca, what was it like for you at the opening ceremony celebration at the Martin Luther King Sculpture Garden?
It was a lot. I mean, we had folks of all ages and, the highlight was definitely dancing on the dance floor. Even though I barely survived one song, lost my breath. I got to get in shape for the next opening. But that's the best.
Thank you, Bianca, for all the projects you're working on, and especially this one.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
And the final project for this year, another one from APWA, 2024 Project of the Year, environmental less than 5 million. And this is for the city barracks in Cypress Knolls building blight removal. And I always joke that these are the best awards because we're recognized and we didn't build a single thing. You know, it's a rare that you have unanimous agreement at the community that we actually solved the problem. So, but this is awarded to the City of Marina and Unlimited Environmental, Wallace Group, Vista Environmental Consulting, and West Environmental Services and Tech. So if we could have LV Camacho come up again, representing Wallace Group. And, you know, there's one thing in common in all these projects. Well, two things in common in all these projects. One was the contractor that was MPE, a local contractor, but the other one was the Wallace Group project manager, and that was LV. And so I've had the pleasure of working with LV directly for 8 years of my career, and I have not met a better project manager, and she's delivering projects here for us today. So,
And is LV helping to project manage Imogen Parkway? Or is that solely
no, that's, yeah.
LV, you're here for a couple of words. You want to give a few words to either or both of those projects?
Well, I just want to thank you for trusting me to deliver your projects. And Brian, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you. We started with the city of Monterey, and we're still continuing delivering projects. So thank you so much. And hopefully we'll get more awards. Thank you.
Thank you, LV. You know, LV was behind the Martin Luther King sculpture garden. And just before, maybe a week before it was going to open, everyone was going to unveil, it was the reveal party, 1,000 people. There was a crack in the sidewalk where it said, "I have a dream." And LV said, "Well, I don't know if we're going to fix this in time. We're going to have to replace it and sandblast it and engrave it. We just don't know if there's going to be time, but we'll do our best." And she had it done so there wasn't a crack through "I have a dream." But that was just a small little piece that she got right on it. I really appreciated that, LV. Yeah, so we have a good team, project to project. Anything more, Brian?
That's all we have for the awards this year. But, I would say, we do have representatives from each of the projects here. And they're not here just because we're presenting awards tonight or recognizing the awards. They're here because they're working on projects for the city. And you'll be seeing more of them tonight. And they're continuing to do great things in our community.
Thank you, Brian. And a word on that Cypress Knolls. Some of you may not have seen it or been there, but it is basically a fenced off, dangerous looking place that used to be occupied by Army families. It's been vacant for many years, but it was like a gauntlet of chain link fence with no room between it except for a road. And that was the #2 portal for our high school students to go to school. It was extremely unsafe. You would not want your children going to school through that corridor, as narrow as it was, no place to go if they needed any help. And so Brian and the rest of the city figured out how to spend $2 million, $1.6 million to remove 32 structures that were impinging on that corridor. So the fence could be stretched out 75 to 100 feet on either side. So now it's almost like an open space corridor. It's no longer scary like it was, and it's no longer as ugly as it was. It's a little bit more respect for the kids that are going to try to learn on their way to high school. They don't have to go through what they had been going through thanks to staff finding the money and running the contract to get those buildings removed and make the place a lot safer and a lot more attractive for kids on their way to high school. So thank you. Okay, so now we go to council and staff announcements. Thanks, Michelle's been our official photographer tonight. Thank you, Michelle. Comments from staff? All right, we'll move on to the public. Sorry, we're going to take one small step back. Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real briefly, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge that this month is Black History Month. I know this council works so hard to ensure the equality and equity of all people, whether you represent 2% of our population or 50% of our population. And so, despite all the challenges that have existed and the work that we've done, challenges remain. And I'm just really proud of, the Martin Luther King statue is one great example of how this community has really worked to address those rights. I'd like to work with either a member of the council or a member of staff to have a proclamation for our next Wednesday meeting, if that's okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Well said. Thank you. Well said for bringing that up, Brian.
Mr. Mayor, I'll help.
Okay, we got the dream team on it. Okay, so now we go to our consent agenda. No, we don't. I'm sorry. We'll go back to public comment. This is your chance to speak to items on the consent agenda, which is our next, but this is your time for public comment on consent or anything else on your mind. Let's start with those in person. Anyone here in the chambers that would like to speak at this time? Come on up. And you don't have to say your name, but we love to know who you are.
Hi, I'm Dr. Daniel Cotton. I'm here representing the Monterey Institute for Research in Astronomy. We have a campus that's opposite the Dune City Park, where we operate an astronomical observatory that's used for publicly funded science through NASA and education, predominantly of high school students here in Monterey County who are engaged in some of that science through our internship program that's been running for 2 or 3 decades now, I think. When option 2 was selected for the,
Dr. Cotton,
Yep.
we have this on the agenda tonight.
Yep.
So there will be a public comment for that item,
okay,
and that's the time for that item. But this is the time for miscellaneous. We're Mira, here's what we do. City Park a little
Yeah.
bit later, and then you get 3 minutes tonight for anything other
Okay.
than Dune City
well,
Park.
this takes about 90 seconds at most, so I can wait till later if you like. Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Cotton. Okay, anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak in general to public comment? Okay, let's go. Let's go to those remote, starting with Doug Yant. And Doug, I'm just getting hooked up here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Doug.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just 2 quick items. One, I just want to say thank you to former Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen, who for all of her service that she did for the city of Marina, and really for all that I'm sure that will be coming in the future. I doubt that she won't be doing anything but helping to serve the community in the future as well in her new role. So I just want to say thank you to her and of course to her family for supporting her. I know how much time and energy that takes. Secondly, I want to say that there was another APWA award that was provided, not directly with the city, but involves the city, which is the dunes demolition that was done on phase 2 on the north, as well as phase 3 and as in the dunes project. So those significant amount of more than 200 or so, 200 and I think 20 barracks or more that came down over the last couple of years. There was an award granted by APWA for that purpose. So I just want to say that it's great that the city's getting those awards for a variety of projects. It's really good to see the city of Marina move forward on a number of things that are really important in community improvements. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. And do we have any other attendees remotely? Just raise your hand. We'll give you another moment. Not seeing any, we'll close public comment and move on to our consent agenda. Does any member of the council wish to pull or ask a brief question or make a brief comment? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Brief comment on 10G2, which is approving a proposal for the community center sites, development of conceptual plans and estimated cost for community facilities. So that's a $70,000 allotment. I must be getting old because it just seems like a lot for basically what looks like a month's worth of work. So I'm just wondering if you could add, and I have no doubt that it's not appropriate, but add some color as to what we get for that $70,000 over a month.
Yeah, and we just barely got this scope, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look to it. They've been on site 2 days going through a project, but essentially, um, what they're going to do is they're going to support us as we identify the suitable sites for the civic center. They're going to assess the feasibility of the sites to support the selected functions, and they're going to provide the high-level layout of buildings on the site as well as cost options per facility. Along with that, they're going to develop two-dimensional layouts, including parking on the sites. They're going to do three-dimensional representation of the functional layout of and the adjacencies of the different uses. They're going to do a high-level phasing to identify design construction periods and the critical milestones in that process. They're going to do a high-level rough order of the magnitude and the cost options of the different facilities, and then they'll do a site assessment. And this is on a per hour basis, so it's up to 70,000. But this is their best estimate. They're bringing in a lot of their staff to do these assessments. And when we walked on site, there really is a lot to look at for the adjacencies. And the good thing about the firm, we kind of put that in the staff report, is they have a lot of experience in California and coastal communities building fire stations, police stations, community centers, civic facilities. And so they have a lot of experience with that, but they're also a very diverse company. And I think their values fit in very well with our community.
Thank you through the mayor. And have we worked with this company before?
No, this would be a new company. They have they're well represented in California. They have office down in San Diego, office in Ventura, office in San Luis Obispo, and one in Sacramento.
Thank you. Looking forward to what we get. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city manager, you just mentioned it's an hourly fee, and in the paperwork that we only received tonight, I read the fee is considered a fixed fee to be billed based on percent complete of the scope. On page 4. Third from the top.
We're working with our attorney on that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wish we had received this earlier because you know how I like to read the details.
Right. We just barely got it this afternoon.
Okay, but I'm also looking forward to working with the company.
Yeah, but
See
part
the
of
results.
the difficult part is this is a critical part of our whole outreach and to identify the sites, the facilities, and they spent a lot of time really looking at the site here and a lot of different ideas on the site here. Look at the site at Lock Padden, and they're going to come back with some different options and some really good discussion on it. So we're finally getting the in-depth evaluation of the sites and the facilities and maybe how we can piece this whole package together.
And it's responding to public urging and our own council saying, hey, if you're going to do a bond, we need to know we need to more specifics. This is to get those specifics.
Yes.
Where, what's it going to look like? That kind of stuff. Okay, Councilmember Biala.
Just a quick comment on the same agenda item. Yes, and I was going to point out the same thing is that I think we're lucky to get a qualified high-level consultant who can work and get this done in the time frame that we need, because we were all shown the timelines for the bond measure from our consultants, CivX, and we need to know this by the end of February. So this is a really high bar to put any consultants in. And that's my comment, and I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
I'd like to second.
Okay, any final comments before we go to a vote? Anita, I guess all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously with the 4 of us present. And we move on to our first of 3 action items that will end the business end of this meeting. The first of which is to look at a timeline and a process to fill the vacant seat since Christina Medina Dirksen, councilwoman, has resigned. Who's going to lead us through this? Renee, our city attorney. Thank you, Renee.
Yes, Mayor and council members. So the city council's been through this process before. So I'll just briefly give you a little bit of background and just at a very high level outline the steps. So our city charter provides for 40 days to fill the council vacancy. And so with council member Medina Dirksen's effective resignation date of January 28th, 2024, that brings us to March 8th as the 40th day. So working back from that day, and just also one other point in terms of so Councilmember Dirksen represented District 3. She was elected to District 3 based on a map that was adopted in 2019. And I think, do we have the map? Yeah, I mean, if you want to bring it up on the screen.
On the screen.
So great. So Councilmember Dirksen was elected to District 3 based on the 2019 map.
Yeah, this is not map 109C. It's on the screen.
There we go. Great. So following the 2020 census, the city redistricted the districts and adopted a new map in 2022. But given that Councilmember Medina was elected to the district based on the 2019 map, that is the map that must be used to fill her vacancy. So essentially the process to fill this vacancy can be broken down into 3 phases. We've outlined, I think, 13 steps in the timeline, but it's essentially 3 phases. One is the application phase, which will take place from January 7th to, February 7th to February 2021. And then there will be an interview and presentation phase scheduled for February 28th. And the voting to fill that vacancy will also happen on that date, February 28th. And that's all I have. Anyone has any questions?
So is it true that the 4 of us on city council will get all the applications by February 22nd, 6 days ahead of showtime?
Yes.
And then will those applications also be made available to the public, or are they confidential?
I don't think that they're confidential, but I don't know how. Are they posted online?
We can certainly post them online.
What's the professional thing to do?
I think what we did in the past, like when we got the applications, we sent them to the council, and then when the packet went out for the special meeting, and that's when we made them all available to the public when the agenda packet went out.
Okay, so if the showtime is Wednesday, February 28th, what day will the public get the packet to see those? Is it Friday or is it some other day?
It's a special meeting, so it really only has to be
3 days before.
So 3 days before would be a Sunday. So,
so probably Friday.
Yes, Friday.
okay. So, Friday, the 23rd or whatever that Friday is, prior to the 28th, is when the public will have access to applications. And the council will have them just a few, 2-3 days earlier than that.
Correct.
On the 22nd of February. Okay. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that in the staff report, it says that we have no requirements in the city charter or general law about the appointments. This would be the second time that we do this, and I imagine we will have opportunities in the future. So I would like to know if we can make this a permanent process once we go through and we make determinations, so that we, we do have a policy then that we can just whip up and have. Is that possible?
So, yes, so there is a section of the municipal code that governs elections. So we can certainly lay out this procedure for filling vacancies
Great.
in that section.
Okay, and then I have, in addition to, cementing when the public gets, the packet versus when we get the packet, I think that should be embodied in the code. But also, I'm wondering if the application of up to 5 minutes, is that enough time? And I want to look through Council Member McCarthy, because we were, at one time went through this process. Did that feel like an okay amount of time, 5 minutes, or should we extend this a little bit more?
5 minutes was good for me, council member, but if you remember, I did something a little unique. I actually created a video that I played. I didn't really speak at all, so it was very well timed out. It was sufficient for me, but I would also say a little more time wouldn't seem appropriate too.
Mm. So I might recommend, because this is an important position, it could be more than, the 10 months that we're considering now. And, I think that we ought to know a candidate a little bit more if this is the only opportunity we might have. So I would recommend maybe up to 10 minutes. You don't have to use all the time, but I would recommend that. And then it looks like the application is going to have the same information that we use for applications for commissioners. And since I and the mayor just interviewed several candidates for planning commission, I'm very familiar with the application. And again, a commission seat versus a city council seat, I think we should have a little bit more weight, and I'm going to recommend some things. That one, that we put more lines in the application form, because there's only basically 1 or 2 lines. And I think it gives the impression that somebody can just cursorily put down some information, and that's what we're seeking. So I would like to have the form indicate that we expect a little bit more than 1 sentence, and for all of them. And then number 2 was occupational experience. I would like to see, as a mandatory requirement, a resume. So I would like not that to be, there isn't actually even any information about that. You can just write, I was an engineer, and that would be sufficient. And I don't think that for this position that's enough. And I also look at number 5. It says experience and/or knowledge pertaining to the area of interest. And granted, this is for different commissions, but I would like it to read experience and/or knowledge. You have to put a slash there. Experience / and/or knowledge pertaining to the role, responsibilities, and duties of an elected council member. I think we have to be a little bit more pointed about this. And then I would like to add a 6. Other additional information that pertains to the candidate's qualifications as a potential public official. I just feel like that we can't use the same application process for a commissioner versus a city council member.
Councilmember Viala, what was your first suggestion before the resume?
That we have on the form itself, that we have more than 1 or 2 lines. Because what that indicates to people filling this out, yes, they could say see back or, see addition. But what I find in looking at the applications, generally, there are short answers, because that it looks like, because we're only expecting a 1-line response, and that's what we often get.
Okay. Anything more, council member?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to make it clear for people who do not realize that the 2 District 3s in the 2 different maps that we have are so different that only the people who live in the overlapping District 3 will be able to run in November of this year. So the position is until November for the vacancy. And then only people who live in that overlapping small area in Northern Marina near Beach Road will be able to run again. Other people the rest of the former District 3 will have to wait until my position becomes vacant. So they might have to wait 2 years until the next election, just to clarify for people who might not realize that.
Council member, I'm looking at the map, so it's clear to me what you're referring to, but when you say overlap, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I wish I could show it on the on the screen. If you see so on the screen we see the former District 3 as it was in 2009, 2020.
Yep.
Sorry. If you look at the current District 3, that is only in South Marina. It's basically Abrams, Preston Park, Sea Haven, the Dunes, and a few other small areas. But
The current District 4?
sorry, current District 4, yes. Yes.
So where's the overlap you refer?
The overlap between the two District 3s is basically around where council member Medina Dirksen lives. It's just a small area. I just wanted people to be aware. So
Okay, but they don't have to live in that overlap area.
Yes.
to be appointed, no, to apply.
Right.
But if they
Or even to be in November.
no, they just need to realize that they will not be able to run this year in November. So if they don't live in that overlap, they can be on council until November of this year, and then they will have to wait 2 years before they can run. It might not be a problem, but they just need to be aware.
Well, I'm colorblind, but I think the overlap that you're referring to is only half of the northern part.
Mhm,
Let's say Abbey
yes.
Way, Paul Davis Drive, Beach Road.
Yes.
That's not in the overlap.
Mhm.
But if they live in that area that's not in the overlap, they can run in 24.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes. Just
right.
that they're aware. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
it is a little confusing.
Yeah.
Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have quite a few comments, but do we want to go to the public first as per our process? or-
Yes, we're always supposed to go to the public first. I can't say that it's a new rule anymore because it's been with us a while. So let's stop council comments at this point, come back, and at this point, go to public. Anyone here in the chambers that would like to speak to this matter? See no one rising. We'll go to the remote public. Anyone virtually want to raise your hand to speak to this issue? We'll give you another moment.
Mr. Mayor, could the council people please, oh, there you go. Okay, see.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. Please continue, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple questions about codifying the process. I appreciate Councilmember Biala's perspective on this, but I'm a little worried. I think that I think there's some benefit to having it just flexible enough. And so I'm worried if we codify it that a future council may say, I don't like that anyway and change it if they want. And so I'm really wondering what the real benefit there is. For me, I think I'm happy with how we're doing it. And in terms of the time limit, again, appreciate the comment, but I'm thinking if we had 15 people apply, which is not out of the realm of possibility, I mean, especially as our city grows, we're talking about 4 hours, by the time you add in some brief discussion, 4 hours of interviews. And I think we should think that through. Maybe we could say up to 10 minutes at the discretion of the council. The council, just like public comment, we could say at the time of the hearing, we could limit it to 5 minutes, right? So a couple ideas there. I agree with you. The application process is, personally, I think a little bit broken for both our commissions and for this process. I'm wondering if HR could work to kind of take a look at that and see where some efficiencies might be gained, how we might be able to improve that application process. As someone who has gone through that application process, I was, it just feels very much like, hey, this is kind of what you're expected to say. And if you say anything outside of that, there's just doesn't feel like there's a lot of room for that. I don't know if that makes sense. So just a comment about the application process. And the most important issue though that I have is our outreach for this. I've tried to put some stuff on my political Facebook page. I'm just wondering if staff has any ideas how we can broaden our outreach and get as many, qualified applicants as possible, whether it's, putting it out of the Preston Park newsletter. I don't know if Marina Heights and the Dunes have newsletters. I don't know how much it would cost just to send a mailer to everyone in that district. Maybe that's prohibitive, but I'd really like to brainstorm some outreach ideas. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Before we go back to Councilmember Viola, I had a few comments, nothing new, just to, on what you all have been saying. I think that if we give 10 minutes to 15 people, that's too much. But if we give 10 minutes to 5 people, it's not too much. So maybe we can go in with the mindset that if we have 5 or less, they can have 10 minutes. If we have more than 5, they can have 5 minutes. And we can talk about that now, but then make that final decision when we see how many people are there. And I like everything that Councilmember Viola suggested, but especially her resume idea, because it's the more educated, more experienced people who are going to give a resume anyway. If you require it, then everyone's going to give a resume and be on equal footing, more or less. Those who haven't done a resume before, their resume may not look as good as those who are used to it. But I do think that if you keep it short and simple, you'll get short and simple from those who are less experienced in the process, and you'll get attachments from those who are more experienced in the process, making them put their best foot further forward, and then they're going to stand out. So I like the idea of a resume, and I like the idea of treating this as more than a 2-year commission appointment, even though it's only 8 months. So I have no problem with the 5 pieces that you mentioned, Councilmember Viola, except I think the 10 minutes, as Councilmember McCarthy said, is maybe too much if you get a lot of applicants. Okay, let's go back to Councilmember Viola.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm fine with adding up to 10 minutes if there's less than 5, and then 5 minutes, or we could just leave it at the mayor's discretion too. Either way is fine with me, but I like that restriction. Thank you.
Okay. So
At the end of this process, it's the 28th of February, we pick, hopefully, and we need 3 votes. Does that mean that the selected applicant will be sworn in and serving on this dais Tuesday, March 5th, so they can schedule it, know what's ahead? Is that the plan?
Yeah, so the plan is they would be officially appointed on the 28th. You would take that action when you vote, you'll take that action appointing them, and then we will have them oriented and ready as much as we can for the first council meeting in
March. Okay, so they'll be sworn in, I guess, in private and then again in public for the public's benefit, or just once? What do we normally do?
I'm trying to think what we've done in the past.
I think we should swear them in privately right away in case we have a special meeting or something like that, and then do it for their family.
At the March meeting, yeah. Okay, we can do that. Makes sense.
Anyone else with comments or questions? Councilmember Vial.
Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm going here. Now, when we appoint, are there any county election department requirements that we need to be vetting? So for example, I don't know, Form 700, or I don't know all the processes that I went to when I was campaigning, but is there anything like that what we need from an appointed person? Yes, they're bypassing the campaign, but it seems that okay, and is there any other forms that, I mean, even if we have the ability to bypass those, I think that we should consider that person being appointed on the same par as potentially, or at least close to what we'd expect for an elected official, because they're acting in that capacity. So I just want to make sure that everything that we might be legally required of an elected official is also vetted by us if we appoint. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think that's the job of the city attorney to do everything legal.
That is correct. Most of those requirements relate to sort of campaign and disclosure laws, so it wouldn't necessarily apply in this context, but we would review any other requirements prior to you making the appointment on the 28th.
Great. So, and all of those items, I think if we're gonna codify this, for ourselves at a city level, that we should include that. So somebody looking at our policy knows exactly what is expected of them from the city side. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, I just thought of a new question. If someone's already elected and serving on a school board or a park district and they apply, what kind of legality is there that we need to consider?
None that I'm aware of. If they're serving in another capacity, they may have restrictions on their end, but I don't know of any on our end.
Okay, 'cause I remember there was a person who was on, who ran for city council and school board and won them both, and he had to give up one. Uh, so if you can just be sure, just so we don't get into a mess. Yeah, okay. Okay, Councilmember Vischer.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I remember it was Marina Coast Water District Board and City Council, which was not compatible. And the candidate was running for both, so,
Right, and I was thinking of
Yeah.
Salinas when, but similar situation.
yes, yes,
It was incompatible, so he had to give up one. I
yes.
think the same thing was true. The candidate had to withdraw from one, choose which one he wanted to stay with. Okay, would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Viala?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution XXX, adopting a timeline and process to fill a currently vacant seat on the city council with the appointee to serve for the remainder of a four-year term that is until a successor is qualified at the November 2024 general municipal election. As well as, do I say this, these are conditions? The conditions that the form be revised as we have talked about, including mandatory attachment of resumes. Number 5 of the commission application to read experience and slash or knowledge pertaining to the role, comma, responsibilities and comma and duties of an elected council member. And 6, to add other additional information that pertains to candidates' qualifications as a potential public official. And that we also we limit the public presentation of the candidates to 10 minutes if there are 5 or less candidates, and if there's more than 5, at the mayor's discretion to determine the amount of time allotted.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, friendly amendment. Earlier you mentioned adding lines to make it look like we would appreciate more input than less input. Do you still want that to be part of your?
Yes, or either that or totally take out the lines and then just, have them do, but I think preferably adding lines, yeah.
Okay, so my friendly amendment is to add empty lines so that it's encouraged that they put some more content there.
Okay, I just thought of another condition as well.
The second hold.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Did you? And I would also then like to add that we codify this after today, after this go around, and that we also add that the requirements for elected officials be also vetted by the city attorney or added by the city attorney.
I think that might be unnecessary because that's his job. He's going to do that anyway.
Okay, but it's also that if it's a policy, I want the people applying to look at this and say, oh, okay, well, there's a conflict because I'm already an elected official on the board. Oh, I didn't know I had to fill out a Form 700. That means, that can be a deterrent, by the way. Some people, when they find out that being on one of our subcommittees, they have to fill out a Form 700, they're saying, I don't want my private financials to be out there. So I just want to be real clear to everyone when they read our policy of applications for appointed
Okay.
positions.
How about we direct the city attorney and other staff as appropriate to come up with a cover page that lists the requirements should they be selected.
Mhm. Great. Yes, very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second hold?
yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
I had a question for the city attorney probably, and it might not be the right moment to ask this, but as a candidate for Form 700, a candidate needs to fill out their home address. Once you are elected, you can fill out the city hall address. Would it be possible for candidates to fill out the city hall address instead of their personal address, home address?
For their Form 700, you're saying?
Yes.
For the Form 700, the purpose of that is to disclose where they live and where they may have a financial interest.
Okay, so
That's the purpose of the listing the home address.
so we still do our own address there. Okay, it might have been another form, which
The
number
Form
I forgot.
460, they redacted it.
Yes,
So the
yes,
Form 700 is
yes.
not redacted, your address? So,
Okay, so it was 460, yeah.
all right, so the public will never see the 700 form? See it. So maybe that goes on the list of requirements. Let them know.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Any final comments? City Council, before we go to a vote?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, two comments. One, can we decide tonight on some terms for outreach? Does anybody have any ideas or?
I think it's worth spending the money. It's 20 grand to go to the whole city, so it's probably 5 or 6 grand to go to a district.
Or a newspaper ad, or I'm not
Yeah.
sure what would be most effective.
Like, we won't have time to do a mailer, but we can, yeah, we'll talk internally of it, social media and whatever newspaper ads.
HOAs.
Yeah,
I think the newspapers are not great.
right.
I just want to make sure we don't advantage, let's say, if we only notify in the dunes, right, we don't advantage that community at the expense of others. So hopefully it's equal. And then my other comment was just, if we could get a little bit more color on what the codification really means. I mean, we're not talking about an ordinance, right? Are we talking about a resolution? Or I'm just really worried about setting something up that really isn't going to fit in 10 years.
So you bring up a good point, because my thought when she said codify it, we're just developing it in internal policy,
Okay.
For one time.
right? So we're gonna develop the policy so that next time this policy is there, but so the council have it in hand, but if you want to change it, they have the ability to change it. So it's not a formal resolution or ordinance, but it's internal policy that we're gonna write down so everyone can see that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I support that. I was worried we were talking about like a charter amendment or
Yeah.
something different. So thank you, Mayor.
All right. I want to push back a little bit on the mailer. Doesn't have to be fancy. It can just be a, 5x8 postcard that just gives the basics, no graphics, just a notice. You probably could get that out if you pay a consultant to do it, within 4 or 5 days. They get it within a week to 8 days. They've still got 12 days to consider it. I don't know how else to be sure that you equitably try to get it to every household than to send every household a mailer.
The only other idea I have, Mr. Mayor, is using the voter records. If we have everyone's email address, I don't know if we can pay a company to do phone calls, if that's more cost effective or,
That's probably less cost effective.
okay. That's the only
But
other,
it's an idea.
Yeah.
We can do that too.
I support the mailer too.
Okay. Councilmember Viala?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of just sending it out to the voters because, my thought was if we send it out as a blanket kind of invitation for anyone to, to do an appointment without their really having to think of what that means. I think we have to be really clear that, that we have sort of, I don't want to exclude people, but at the same time, being a registered voter is at least the minimum. So we ought to, sort of narrow down the field. But I just don't want to either make it seem like it's an easy thing to do. And I think we might end up wasting our time of really having people apply when really they might be terribly inappropriate. Then the other thing that I worry about outreach is that we are notorious. We haven't quite gotten the hang of it yet. When we go out to survey our public, we always have vast differences between the races in terms of responses to our surveys. And it's really clear that it's significant, highly significant. So if we do what we've done before, we're going to be, as you worry about, we're going to be selectively going to folks that might be more used to being involved in public service. And so I worry about that if we're going to send out, some mailers or whatever, or put it on social media, whatever. And that's just my concern. I don't know how, we haven't quite mastered it ourselves as a city, how to do outreach that's inclusive.
Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So based on Councilmember Viola's comments, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we obtain the voter records from the county elections office. They're usually very quick on turnaround there. And send a mailer to every registered voter in District 3. If for some reason that's not feasible, we at a minimum use the email addresses associated with their voter record if they've been provided and send an email.
Does the maker of the motion accept that friendly amendment?
Absolutely. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Does the second hold?
It holds, but I do have a question.
Okay.
Will they be able to still select the previous District 3?
No.
We will check in with the county on that.
Thank you.
So another question, is it legal to use the voting records for this purpose?
We will look into that. Sorry, we'll look into that.
I knew we could make this more complicated. I knew we could get staff excited about our more work proclivity. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any final comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. So that motion passed unanimously. We move on to the Dune City Park project. And as soon as we have a staff introduction, you can be the first to speak, Dr. Cotton.
Mayor and members of council, I'm Brian McMinn, the Public Works Director. This is the Dune City Park. Last time this came before council was March of 2023, so almost a year ago. What's happened in that time? At that March 2023 meeting, City Council selected of the options available what we call option 2. That did have a multi-use field at the Dune City Park as one of the options. But the other thing that city had to deal with at the time was trying to figure out how much of that option could be built within $10 million because the city did not have the full allocation of money to build the entire park at one time. Over the course of the 2023, city and the council worked through the budget process and what was approved and made some decisions regarding, looking at all the parks in the city that were coming forward and planning and design and needing attention and what was available for resources. So in that process, the decision was to move the multi-use field over to the Preston Park and focus on having all the sports fields at that one park. Staff worked with the consultant Verde, landscape architect, to come up with a concept based on option 2 that took into consideration some changes in the uses with the sports fields going over to Preston Park and seeing what we could actually fit into the park in our first phase, within about $10 million worth of funding. So we have Derek McKee here, could take us through some slides and show kind of reminder of where we left off, as well as, a concept for the whole park build out based on the move of those sports fields. And then a concept that shows what could be built for the initial $10 million. And I think, Flane, do you have anything to add to that at this time? Or? Okay. You have slides? They're not uploaded. No, it's not on Bionicus. So, let me go try to find some slides for you. Are they in the packet?
They weren't in the packet. We looked under its banner. It's got the center divider and specification.
So you're trying to upload a, Derek, why don't you just walk through because the council has it in their packet. And
Okay.
why don't you just walk us through, and we apologize to the public while we're trying to get it online.
I have hard copies. All right, well, I'll start. As Brian said, a couple things happened. One of them is that we removed the sports fields and then the city also was looking to see what we could do for phase one with a approximate construction budget of $10 million. So that's what we've been looking at. And so council approved last March, option 2 to move forward. And we spent some time looking at that and what the cost could be overall again, and then what phase 1 could be, getting a project to be around $10 million. So out of that, we removed the fields. And then in that location, we switched that area to be an open space with natural turf. We're labeling it or calling it the Great Lawn. And then it'll be an open space for informal, recreation, community gathering, all those types of things. In addition to that, the city went after a grant for a exercise plaza. And then there are a couple other elements that we look to include. One of them is what's called a multi-sport court. And then we were also looking at including an entry plaza around the area where the trail comes through. So there we go. Want to keep going? So this was the previous plan, option 2, that was selected by council in March of last year. We can go to the next slide. So this is the current design that we have revised to remove the fields. You can see the Great Lawn there, basically kind of in the lower center. In addition to that, the fitness court is in the lower right of the park. It won't work on the screen either, right? I have one here, Brian. Oh, is that mine? Oh. Yeah. I don't think that, it doesn't work on a TV. I forgot. Oh, am I in control or no? Yeah, I'm in control. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to verify. Anyway, the other thing we had was a multi-sport court, and I'll show you what that looks like. And then a couple of things we also did is we moved some things around because our footprint for the fields was larger than where we are with the Great Lawn. In addition to that, one of the main objectives of this design was to work with the large mature trees that were out there and identified by the arborist. And those are being numbered on the plan, which relate back to the arborist report. And those are all the kind of the green looking colored forms you see on here, kind of amoeba forms around the design. A lot of those are these beautiful cypress trees. And there's also some more that have been identified too that we will be taking a look at. So for the programs within the park, we have the fitness area or the exercise area. These are, there's a campaign occurring across California that we've seen where this system is going in quite a few places. I know that Santa Cruz High School has one of these that's close by if you want to go see it. Very popular. We're working on a park in Redwood City that has one going in. But there's quite a few clients that have these systems going in, and they're very popular and great for the community. And these fitness areas are basically kind of combining everything in one area, and very popular with schools and public parks right now. And again, this was from a grant. That's how it's being funded. Yeah.
Show an exercise map for Pilates or yoga classes. What else is part of that?
That is it right there. That is this system. It's the same system in every location. The only thing that changes is the colors. So it has these fixed pieces that you can see, and they're permanent. And then it has a wall with different apparatus hanging from it. And then it has an open space for, different type of events like Pilates or yoga and those types of things too. But it has a core program that you follow the instructions to exercise. Yeah, and it has these structures. I believe they are concrete that you can see there in the bottom picture. Yeah, to do different exercises from, correct. Yeah, step on, step off, all that type of stuff.
Could I also clarify? So in this picture, you have these things jutting out from the wall. Is
Yes.
that apparatus too? Or?
Yeah, those are part of it. Yes.
Pull-ups.
Pull-ups, yeah, chin-ups, yeah.
And this surface, is it like a soft kind of surface? Can you
Yeah, I
jump
believe
on
it is a resilient surface.
Okay, got it. So,
It's typically a tile system, yes.
oh, I see what you're, on the bottom page is where you see these things hanging up there. And so it comes with whatever these square things are. I
Yeah.
don't know what is this for those, I don't know what those exercise things are that you step
Yeah,
up and down.
yes.
That's what it is.
Yes, yeah. I have not actually participated in it.
We
so-
can tell.
But they are popping up all over. It's very popular, and it's connected to this grant that a lot of communities are reaching out for.
Okay.
Same as yours.
You, Andrea, I think has some input.
Oh, sorry.
She's been
Yeah.
on these courses.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. It's a really, really great opportunity. Basically, the National Fitness Campaign is promoting these courts throughout the United States, but there's a strong concentration in California, bringing fitness to the community for free. So the obesity rate is around 30%, and the goal is to make exercise free and accessible, that anyone can access it. So there's 7 different components, and there's of course an app. So there will be written instructions on the wall of how to do all the different exercises. You can also use the app. We will also be doing some programming with classes and clinics and workshops and whatnot. So we'll use it both as open to the public and some programming as well. I would encourage you to later, not now, look up the videos. It's really, really exciting stuff. And I will be coming to the next council meeting asking for you to accept a grant that we have been awarded for $30,000 to contribute to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea.
So around the court, we're also looking to do a small area of natural grass. So the natural grass on the park is limited to the Great Lawn area and the area around this element. And then we have a amphitheater where we're also putting some turf in. But most of the park will not have natural turf within it. So the I've lost control. Can we go to the next slide? You have that? Oh, it's working. Thank you. So the multi-use court is this, there's several systems out, and there's discussion about, the courts and what we had there, and we're looking to include one of these. They can typically provide soccer, like futsal. You can also play kind of an indoor soccer game on them. And then other sports can be included, like for example, on the slide on the right, you can see that there's basketball. There's a game called handball that most of us in the United States do not play, but that is also played on these courts. And then there are things like volleyball and also our popular pickleball that can be added to these courts. But what's nice is it's similar to Andrea was just saying about the other item, that it can be used by the community for a lot of different recreation needs. The all-inclusive play area will be the Tatum's Garden. That'll be a large portion of the park on the west side. The amphitheater will be included, and that's up in the south west corner of the site. And that's in that area, we have a lot of terrain that'll be advantageous for an amphitheater.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask questions as he's going along? Because otherwise it's so hard to go back and say,
Right.
remember that?
Council, what's your pleasure on that? I know I kind of opened the barn
He
door.
started doing it, yeah.
Wait till the end or
Just
interrupt
quick-
as we go?
Just quick questions.
Okay, so city attorney, as you probably know, our normal process is presentation, public, and then council. So if we deviate, do we have the ability to just do it on the fly to make the deviation?
I think that that's okay. I think the intent of the rules is really to kind of provide people with an expectation of the order of things, but here you're seeking clarification of presentation, so I think it makes sense.
Okay,
proceed in that.
so let's, clarify away, but understand that we want to try to be brief and hold our bulk of our comments after the public speaks.
Yes, it'll just be based on the pictures, so I understand what's happening here. So this is an amphitheater, but if you were to have singing or performing or something, is this space in front of the seating area large?
This is just an image
Okay.
of an amphitheater. It's not the actual one that we're looking at.
Okay,
yet.
got it.
There's a lot of different designs for amphitheaters and size. Ours would be bigger than this. We would plan to have a stage. And but the slope is somewhat similar. It's, we would use the slope, the terrace, the seating going up the hill. From the one corner of the site, we have about 50 feet of elevation change to the other. So there's a lot of elevation change immediately where this amphitheater is that works very well for an amphitheater, but not a lot of other park programs.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify the picture. Thank you.
Yeah, so these pictures are just representations showing you kind of what it would look like. We have basketball. We were planning on it to be a single court at this point. And then we're including tennis at this time. And then the sand volleyball, we're actually doing 2 courts for sand volleyball out there. The other thing with the grass is that grass volleyball is very popular, and that can be used out there on the informal grass as well. So for the overall concept, our overall estimate currently is 21.3 million. That includes, all the hard costs, the soft costs, and it does not include the Fort Tag Trail work that is being excluded. One of the reasons for that is the Fort Tag Trail is coming in underneath Second Avenue, so it'll be down 16 or 18 feet, and there will be some substantial engineering to get it back up to grade into the park. But we've worked that out in these designs, and we have began to look at kind of the grading and layout of the park to be ADA compliant, as to get people in the community to these programs. So overall cost is this, and then for phase 1, we were looking to be around 10 million, and close to that. And this design or drawing here shows you essentially what's in phase 1. So what it does not include is the parking lots on the south side, the amphitheater, the Fort Tag Trail, the multi-sport court, and some of the trails along the south and east side as well. So the focus is primarily along the north end you know, against the aquatic center, the rec center, that area. And part of our costs, include setting up the rough grading, the infrastructure for Tatum's Garden or the all-inclusive playground. But those costs, for the playground are not included, and that's part of their package and their work. So next for us is to hear your comments, and then to start on the design of phase one. The approximate timeline is here, starting potentially next month. And then it'd take about a year for us to get to bidding and award it. And so construction can start potentially in spring of 2025. And then it would take approximately a year to construct, and then be spring of 2026 for the opening. So that's what we have.
Eric and Brian, anybody else on the team here? Let's go to public comments. We have 11 attendees virtually, and we'll start with those in the public realm. Come on up, Dr. Cotton, and thank you for being patient with us.
Thank you for the chance to speak. So just to reiterate what I mentioned before, we operate an astronomical observatory at Myra on that campus that's used for NASA-funded research and for education of predominantly high school students within the Monterey County through our internship program. After option 2 was selected, we had some discussions with members of council with the purpose of mitigating the effects of the tower lighting on the sports field and reducing the impact of car headlights as vehicles came and went from the park. And our ideas for doing that were mainly through the addition of shrubbery and minor layout changes. So our concept has always been to make the minimum possible suggestions to do a meaningful work at that observatory. So the tower lights were a particular challenge, so we're very happy that they've been relocated, that the ball field's been relocated to Preston Park. That makes it a lot easier. And overall, the design looks really great. The only thing we would like to see is that the 9th Street parking lot exit that's in option 2 be restored, because otherwise you've got vehicles exiting via the old 8th Street thing where the headlights will range across the observatory. So you'll have a constantly changing light level as a result of that. So our previous suggestion was that vehicles could enter that way, but they should go out by the 9th Street exit. Like I say, other than that, it looks like a great design, and we're really looking forward to being able to conduct public events in the park. We've got a whole library of telescopes that we can set up and get people involved that way. Thank you.
That's awesome, Dr. Cotton. And we'll talk about the feasibility of your suggestion as soon as public comment's over. Really appreciate that input. Anyone else in the public here personally? Not seeing anyone rise. Let's go to Grace and then Jeff. Hello and good evening. Grace, I'm trying to, okay. Good evening, Grace. All right, Grace, I'm not hearing you, but you are unmuted. Let's come back to you, Grace. Let's now go to Jeff Markham. See if it works with Jeff.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Jeff, we can hear you.
Okay,
And we'll
great.
come back to Grace in just a moment.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This design is so different from what the public really put input in back in March. And one of the big question marks is exactly what's going to happen at Preston Park with the fields, because I think a lot of the input was regarding access to sports fields. So without knowledge of that, it's kind of hard to see how the public's desires to have that met are going to be met by the combination of the two parks. So I was wondering if there's any input you can do there, and if it's not currently designed, if people could go back and look at what the public said and see how this particular park meets those needs, because like I said, it's a significant difference. Thank you.
Very good point, Jeff. And we have some slides on this, and we will talk about it, I think, more in depth especially given your comment. Let's go to Grace. Try one more time, Grace. I'm going to mute you, Grace, and then I'm going to ask you to unmute. So try this one more time. Go ahead, Grace. We haven't had technical difficulties before with Grace. But we'll go to Denise Turley and then come back to Grace. Hello, Denise.
Hello, everybody. I think
Hi.
you already know what my question's going to be. If you're thinking about expanding the park in Preston Park, are you thinking about expanding the parking in Preston Park? Be more specific. Thank you.
Great point. Thank you, Denise. Grace, I'm going to start over. We're working on it, Grace. Okay, Grace. We show you as ready to speak, Grace. All right. We're still open to hearing Grace's comments. Anyone else in the remote field want to raise your hand? Tanya Roos, let's go to you and then we'll go back to Grace.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear, Tanya.
Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tanya Rose. I'm the Director of Community Programs and Policy with the Blue Zones Project, Monterey County. And I just wanted to add a voice of support to this evolution of the design. I think there was a lot of good feedback that was taken into account, and just wanting to congratulate Andrea and her team for winning the grant for the fitness court. I think that's very much embodying so much of what Blue Zones hopes to see and advocate for in community, making physical activity and fitness free and available for everyone, and just all the different amenities from the tennis courts to the multi-sport, basketball, beach volleyball, and just a great lawn. And that's a great concept to provide a venue for all sorts of creative community gatherings and activities. So exciting to see this on the ground, and good work to consultants and all staff for crafting the vision and hopefully bringing it to life for the city of Marina. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Moving on to Grace, let's try something different. Grace, we're trying to move you to be a panelist. And Matt, I'm not sure if it's working. I'm trying. Can you help me out? Okay. Okay, Grace, we have you as a panelist. Let's see if we can give you the floor now. And now, so you look on our screen, Grace, as if you don't have audio. So maybe you can run down to City Hall. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Remember those days? All right. I'm sorry, Grace, but we're going to close public comment. And I have a sense that Grace would have asked, can we do pickleball and tennis? So my question is, how many tennis courts are in the Plan A at this point?
Can we go back to the presentation? Thank you.
It looks like 2, and that's why I was going to ask.
It is 2. I was just going to try to pull up the plan, but yeah, it is 2.
So how much kerfluffle would there be to have a 1+1?
That's a good question. We do not recommend overlapping the 2 courts. We have run into issues at other parks and facilities where tennis and pickleball share the same court or courts. And they're both very popular right now. COVID really provided CPR to tennis, and tennis's boom back and pickleball evolved around the same time. every meeting we go to now has pickleball as a desired program for a park. So it's best to have these two be separate. And it would be nice to have 2 and 2, or actually it would be 2 and 4 because pickleball is, you know, one court is about half the size of a tennis court.
So when you say 2 and 4, what do you mean?
It'd be nice to have 4 pickleball, which would be equivalent in size to 2 tennis.
Okay, and you're saying that's preferable to 1 tennis and 2 pickle?
Potentially. I think pickleball would live with anything that they can get. I don't remember the comments about tennis. But I know there were some, and I don't remember, what the desired quantity was.
So maybe Andrea can help us, and you too, Derek. So on a day-to-day reality, if you had a tennis court striped for tennis only, and you had 2 pickleball courts taking up the same space next door, striped for pickleball only, on a day-to-day reality, what's the conflict? What's the worst case that happens?
Well, if they're separate, they're both definitely going to be used. Pickleball is probably going to be used more. There's a desire in this community to have more pickleball because, what we heard in prior to community engagement was that they had to go to other communities to play. And so having that, I definitely would think be great for the local pickleball players.
Well, pickleball is being planned for other parks, but because it's so popular, I'm wondering what's the conflict? What's the downside to a tennis court next to 2 pickleball courts?
As long as they're separate, that's fine. We can work out the fencing and
So when you
space.
said overlap, you meant striping of 2 activities on the same court.
Yes.
But since we have 2 tennis courts,
Yeah, I completely agree. When you do a blended court and you have pickleball and tennis on the same court, every city that has that, every city council meeting is, people coming complaining, why does tennis get more hours than pickleball on this day and that day and this time? So I agree that if we're going to provide both, they should be on separate surfaces.
so is there a downside to changing 2 tennis courts to 1 plus 2?
I personally don't see the downside. Tennis is reviving, but I think pickleball still is carrying the numbers much more so than tennis. So reducing from 2 tennis courts to 1, I think would be fine. Because pickleball, from what I've seen here, is more popular than tennis.
Okay, if council remembers, it was kind of like a shotgun, oh, let's have tennis instead. And we didn't have a lot of discussion. So I think this is a better time to have a lot of discussion. Anyway, that's all. Councilmember Viola?
Thank you. I want to just comment on this while we're on the topic of pickleball versus tennis. And yes, I think we made a very quick decision at the last moment. And at that time, I had never tried pickleball. I really didn't know what it was. And so I was brave and I went to the senior center and I learned some of the rules, which are pretty simple. And I even bought my own rackets and stuff. So now I know what I can do. So it's much more accessible even for seniors that I am. And it can be done by a whole range of folks that is much far. I know tennis. I would not have bought a tennis racket and tried to go out to a tennis court, but pickleball is manageable. I just need some time and I have to exercise more now. but it is far more accessible to all ranges and you don't need special anything. You can learn it basically in 1 session, if that.
If I could just add to that, what we're seeing now is that the trend is more multi-generational. It used to be even 10 years ago, I would take my son out to play pickleball and the seniors that were playing did not want kids or teens with them. Now you go out to pickleball courts, especially if it's a complex of multiple courts, and it is very multi-generational. You'll see 8 and 10-year-olds playing with adults and seniors. And because the skill level, you can actually have a good game between a youth and a senior. And so it's very different than tennis.
Totally. Yeah. I was playing out there with my 12-year-old grandson, so and his father and myself. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
McCarthy?
Also about tennis and pickleball, I know we will make many people very happy if we would offer, two pickleball courts instead of one of the two tennis courts. I only heard that it's not very handy to have them because you play perpendicularly. So would it make sense to tweak the design to turn one court?
Yeah, and we can look at fencing too, in that layout for them. So we'd create, we wouldn't have it be an open court, especially if the ends of the court are coming into the sideline of another court. Yeah.
Because if you already know that we want to
Yeah. So,
choose that.
we have a lot of space on the design and it's
Mhm.
hard for us to add elements to this park just because of the topography on this park that I
Yes.
mentioned before. So I know it seems like there's a lot of space on the park, but it's, we're using that to preserve the trees that are there,
Yes.
also provide ADA compliance, but I think we can do that. We can figure this out in that space there that's showing 2 tennis courts now.
Yes, I can tell that it won't be easy, but you can at least look at it.
Yeah.
Because of course the trees
Yeah.
cannot be touched.
No.
So,
We understand.
so thank you. And yeah, the reason that we quickly, I remember it was at the end of a long meeting, and it was because somebody said, "Hey, at Sea Haven there will only be pickleball courts," and that's where somebody suggested, because we had a resident here sitting here until midnight who plays tennis, and I know tennis is increasing again in popularity. I used to play tennis with my father, by the way, so generation. Okay, but so maybe at Sea Haven City Park, maybe we can look at, I can't remember how many pickleball courts there were planned for, huh? So people will not be happy if I suggest that maybe we can look at changing one of those into tennis so that both parks will offer both. But maybe we can look more at numbers, or check with the public, check with the residents, or I don't know, Andrea. Okay, but for this, I agree. It would be nice to change one tennis court into 2 pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy, and we will get back to Jeff Markham and Denise Turley's comments in a moment.
And thank you, Mayor. I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole of the pickleball, but I did talk to somebody before this meeting, and they indicated that having the mixed use, and I think I heard this from the consultant, there's kind of the two groups don't tend to get along. So I just don't want to set us up for an environment where we're fielding complaints constantly down there because the tennis players and the pickleball players aren't happy with what each other are doing. So I just want to make that comment. But I have some other comments, particularly I appreciate Dr. Cotton's comments about dark sky. We had met a year ago and there were actually 2 other concerns that were mentioned at that time. And although we don't usually engage back and forth, maybe you can nod whether there's still concerns. But one was the parking on the west side. At that time, you were worried about the headlights, maybe in the evening, parking toward and having some barrier that kind of blocked those headlights, whether it was plant material or is that still a concern? Okay. And then the second one that I remember hearing was the 4-tag trail, just if there's any bollard lightings or something, just kind of designing those in a way that wasn't intrusive. Is that still a concern as well, or?
Come on, we can't have this back and forth off mic.
Okay, so that was the concerns I heard, so I would like to see those 2 addressed. Or at least have staff re-engage with Mira, and if they're still concerned with Mira, then have them addressed. In terms of grass, I saw some beautiful pictures of grassy areas, and what I'd like to know is what's the likelihood that those areas are going to remain, that are going to look like that in the first place? And if they do, they're going to remain looking like that for a while. I will tell you that just last week, I had someone reach out to me that was doing a photo shoot for an educational catalog, and they wanted to feature Marina parks. What they told me is that as much as they want to feature Marina city parks, there's no city parks that they would put in a catalog. So what they did is they went to the dunes because the dunes park has beautifully well-maintained grass. Is there any chance that this park will mirror what the dunes neighborhood park has done in terms of upkeep of grass, or that's just not reasonable? I'm trying to understand what we can expect.
And maybe use MLK grass and pump track grass, whatever condition it's in, as an example.
That is absolutely our intent. I think you can see from the dunes, and we're going to have the same at Sea Haven. There is grass that works here. It's just a matter of the proper maintenance of it, and getting the right type of grass in there. But that is the goal, is to have good grass and keep it that way.
Okay, so I'd like the council, and I know some are passionate about this issue, to really kind of watch that and keep up with that. In terms of what grass is expected to look like that, looking at this map, can someone point out what is gonna be nice turf versus kind of more natural?
So what are you looking for?
So, lawn that's gonna be manicured and look really nice versus something that's more natural and just mowed on a regular basis.
Well, this should be mowed and, is what we were looking for. And it should be a cool season grass. And, typically with a facility like this, we would recommend a bluegrass mixed with rye in there. And, the bluegrass is one we use for sports turf in this area quite a bit. And it's similar to Bermuda grass. It has, essentially rhizomes that'll grow together and heal itself. It does require more water use, but it'd be more appropriate for durability of use on this field versus a fescue, which requires less water. The area around maybe the fitness area could be a fescue. But generally, these grasses should be mowed. There are other grasses that we use in places called no-mow. And I'm not sure if we're looking to use that in other places here, but there are other grasses that are specifically not meant to be mowed regularly.
And would you concur with the city manager's assertion that we could possibly maintain that in a way that the Dunes neighborhood parks have been maintained?
Yeah, you can do that. The concern maybe here is the open space you have around it, from gophers to ground squirrels out here. And there are some things that you can do for that. We've put in wire mesh in fields that have open terrain around them, and that helps with the gophers and the ground squirrels as well. They like the insects, they like the roots, they like the field being watered. They like all those aspects, so it's very attractive to them compared to the drier conditions around the perimeter. And so there are steps we can take in addition to normal, turf maintenance like aeration, regular mowing, watering, and those types of things.
Thank you. One more comment if I have time, or do you want to come back to me? Okay, so recently at the Lock Padden Park, there were some signs that were put up, I think in coordination with United Way and Blue Zones, both of which I'm champions of. However, I feel like the signs were put up pretty hastily and without any public process. I don't think they, quite frankly, look well. They're very confusing. Don't feed the wildlife. Take a deep breath. Look at the nature. It's just very awkward messaging. Is there an opportunity to tear those up and maybe replace those here at the Dunes Park?
I mean, pull them up from LPP and put them over the Dunes.
Right, in a more methodical manner.
I would think we're gonna have our own unique signage to this park. I'm not, but we'll talk, we can talk about that. We'll look at that.
So, okay. To Brian and Lane and Matt, how are we doing on the grass, to Brian's point, at our two recent award-winning projects, the MLK and the pump track? As far as grass condition stabilizing?
I haven't been over there within the last few weeks, I would say, but as I looked at it the last time we were out there, I think when we had the sculptor working on it, the grass was in great condition. I mean, if I were gonna have a picnic somewhere in Marina, I'd go to the MLK structure or statue. It's really in really good condition. The castor oil product that we've been using on there has been effective against the gophers. It really discourages them. They don't like the taste of it, and it seems to be working. So.
And then pump track?
Pump track, I don't know. I look at the pump track there, but I think we had some problems with gopher intrusion initially, but we've installed that system at the pump track as well. And I think for the grass that was installed for that, there were some spots that need to come back, but it's been effective since we installed that.
All right. To Brian's point, I'm concerned about MLK because there are oxalis, a weed coming in from the east, and I reported it to through the channels, and it's still there. And if it's, it's a bulb, so you're not gonna get rid of it once it gets established. Okay, so that was just to get after Brian's point that we are or we're not. Sounds like we're doing a pretty good job. So if we can repeat that in the future. Can we take a few moments to get to Jeff, who was concerned about drastically changing the plan in place of Preston Park? And then relative to that, parking that Denise Turley brought up, what's the plan for parking for the new fields at Preston?
Yeah, and part of, we have in the budget is when the council budgeted additional funds, and we kind of made the decision to move it over there, but part of it gets back to the cost of this park. We have $10 million budgeted for that. And when the baseball fields are here, that was like a $24 million project. And the problem is we would never get that built because we have all this with the baseball fields. You have all this infrastructure. You couldn't phase it. We have this working agreement with the Tatum Street people, and so we would that project would not move forward for years and years with the ball field there. And we have a contractual obligation with the Dunes to get that park moving, and we're already kind of pushing that. And so part of that decision to move it from there is cost driven by this park, but it also was, the discussion was that it fit in better having all those league plays together out at Preston. And so there's financial reasons, also reasons of locating them together. Now, we don't have all the money yet to get them the new ball fields built out of Preston. What we have in the budget is to improve the existing ball fields, get that turf in the shape that needs to be, and to get the facilities there looking good. And then we got to work on finding funds to so that we can build the additional ball fields, which we still have several million that would have to come up with, and Brian can add on to that.
And can you talk about parking as well?
Yeah, so I believe we're at about 3 million in Preston Park right now. So that was for the initial phase, and then looking at, we wouldn't be able to build out 2 full multi-use fields with that, but definitely get through the planning process and possibly doing maybe 1 multi-use field. And in the concepts, the initial concept, parking has always been part of that. Additional parking with that, we know we do need more parking there. So for the initial concepts and any concepts and design that goes forward, we'll be looking at parking needs for the park as well.
So to recap, Brian, we have 3 million for Preston, which isn't enough for planning and 2 fields, but it might be enough for planning and 1 field and some parking.
We'll have to look at it when we get into the design for it to see how far we can go with that. But we can definitely come up with some different options and costs at different points, and kind of see where we are in relation to what funding is in the park or available for parks.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Biala and then Fisher.
Thank you. Not to beat a dead horse, but Andrea, could I ask you, one of the things that the place where I practiced when I was doing the pickleball, the wind was horrendous. And so essentially I could predict that all the balls are going to end up, on the left side of the field. And, I was just learning, so it didn't matter to me, how chaotic the wind was. But how does this play out in this area?
So that's probably a better question for our consultant, but typically in windy areas, you would have either natural screens with some shrubbery around the courts or some wind screen around those courts. But Derek might have another solution,
Yeah,
but that's what you typically see.
Okay, because even the Los Alamos, they have very large trees there, and it really, you can't really stop the kind of wind coming from the ocean and stuff. So it's really not, for a beginner, it's fine. For anyone with any talent, I'm sure it's very frustrating. So is this something that has been considered in terms of?
No, we haven't looked at that, but generally on the tennis courts, and pickleball, we are doing windscreen. You know, it's a wind fabric that can go along them.
Yeah, they
So
have that at Los Barbos too. And
Yeah.
it really doesn't do anything.
Well, it is slightly perforated. The other thing that you can potentially do is, we call privacy slats. But the combination of things like the planting and using windscreen can potentially help.
So are you saying that the windscreen you're thinking of is less pervious to the wind, the air, than the windscreens at Los Albalos tennis courts?
Yeah, I'd need to see exactly what is out there. Most of the materials is fairly similar, but some of it can definitely be denser. There's different gradations or quality of material too.
Yeah, the one I think is like canvas with holes in it or whatever. So I think you're
It's almost
right.
more of a visual screen than a
Yeah,
windscreen.
yeah. So that might make a difference. Thank you.
Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several items, so you might want to time me. About the grass, I happen to live next to a park at the Dunes where the grass is very well maintained. Weekly mowing, irrigation, middle of the night. And I happen to know that at Sea Haven, the landscapers there were not happy with the grass at the parks. So you might want to talk with them and do not choose that because that was very hard to keep that grass in good condition. So the Dunes, yes. Sea Haven, no. And I agree, pest control, gophers. I know that not everybody is happy with it, but it's necessary to take care of the gophers. And so that's about the grass. And I just know next to my house that grass is being used every day. It's being used by people all ages. And it's so fantastic how it's working. So I'm looking forward to this park with the large grass area. Let me see. Oh, for Preston Park, I would suggest, I don't know if we need to make that an agreement, or I would suggest Preston Park needs to be taken care of before we do phase 2 at the Dunes. Yes, because I know that something went wrong in the past. It should have been maintained. That needs to be taken care of. So, signs, I started laughing. I have photos because I know at our HOA, people have been suggesting to install signs. I am so against signs because you need to maintain them and they're ugly. And so I have sent photos to the board from, I happen to be in a park in San Francisco where there was a sign, you know, all the rules, large signs, what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do. And then in the landscaping, oh yeah, don't walk through the landscaping, dogs. It was hilarious. Well, almost. And then the worst one was no alcohol. Okay. So anyway, so be careful with signs. That's what I would say.
That's why we have Rand. He'll figure it out.
And yeah, we already have the purple signs for so that people don't drink from the sprinklers.
But there's a balance between letting people know what the rules are so they can be enforced and then not being so silent.
Yes. Okay, that's signs. Bicycle parking. I was missing bicycle parking in the design and I forgot to mention that earlier. I would really like to see several areas where people can park their bicycles. Yeah. Oh, trees. I am just thrilled to see the trees. I think we've come so far from the original design. I don't know if people are aware, the original design was everything will be flat, kind of forgetting about, 40 feet height difference and no trees anymore. So I'm so grateful. And I do want to mention our resident Mike Owen, who inspired me and several other residents to fight for those trees. I'm just thrilled to see them now standing without the barracks. And finally, yeah, maintenance. We need to budget for maintenance. We need to make sure that whatever gets built here, Preston Park, anywhere, it needs to be maintained. So that's it. I'm just very happy to see this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So how do we codify maintenance? How do we make sure that Elizabeth's suggestion happens in reality? Is it that we set aside adequate dollars every year.
Sorry. When we do the final designs for the park and get the final concepts and go out, part of that process will be looking at what it's going to take to provide the maintenance, even though the council does have another goal for us, and we will we'll work on getting consultants that are going to put together a whole maintenance program for all of our parks and all of our existing facilities. But as we've received direction from council, all these new ones that go in, part of it is going to be what the maintenance costs and how we're going to fund it. And that will get funded in our ongoing budget process.
And then sort of backtracking to something similar that Elizabeth said, fix Preston before we do this new one. If we get serious about maintaining the new parks, when do we backtrack? And you're kind of touching on this, that we're going to get serious about upgrading the maintenance of our old parks. Sounds like what you would just say.
Yeah, and so we are, that is one of our top projects that we're working on. So we're bringing some people on board that are going to help us put together those maintenance plans. And we do have monies in the budget that we will be able to move forward with that. One of the things that we're making changes internally is previously Public Works has been responsible for park designing and park planning and stuff like that. That's all going to be shifted to Andrea and recreation. And so Public Works is going to focus on the maintenance of the parks, but all the planning design is going to be in our recreation and cultural services. But as we design the parks, maintenance is a major component. So when we design it and get those approved, maintenance will be an ongoing component that we make that decision when that design is approved and those RFPs are issued. You will see is what the ongoing maintenance costs are going to be.
Does anyone have more comments or questions before we go to a motion? Councilmember McCarthy and then Biala.
Thank you, Mayor. One, I just wanted to make sure Dr. Cotton's question about the 9th Street exit only was addressed. I sense that there might be some concerns with that, but I'd like to hear from staff what those would be.
And he had multiple ones that Brian repeated earlier. It'd be nice to hear his staff's response.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at the circulation in the park in relation to that and how it's configured. So that's something we'll have to look at during the design on the flow of traffic through that and how that would work. Not that, we just need to make sure it would work handling the traffic. But I think just, funneling the traffic through that from east to west seems to be an easy way to address the headlights, in the evening. So we'll look at that. And I think that's probably going to be an issue as the sports center and everything develops more in the future as well. Maybe not as much of a concern when the park is only operating during daylight hours, but we do have to plan for, the eventual use during night.
Brian, do we have good communication established in Mira already?
Well, I mean, we haven't really started into the design yet, but we'd definitely be reaching out to Dr. Cotton, throughout the design process. Now that we've got kind of the concept kind of set, we can get into the real details.
And one of the things that he brought up that will be part of the design is screening on that back parking lot to ensure that the headlights will not be shining there. The good part is we aren't going to our parks close at dusk, and so you're going to have a lot of those headlights too much, but we will have screening on that back parking lot.
I assume the amphitheater would have night concerts and stuff.
Correct. When that phase 2 would come in, that's correct.
So that would be something to
That
look
can
at.
be, yeah.
All right.
And then finally, Mr. Mayor, just want to take the opportunity to elaborate a little bit more on signs. That I'm not against signs per se, but they should be educational in nature and not necessarily punitive. And sometimes it's nice to to pick those elements that you really want to educate the public. Hey, don't feed the wildlife because it makes them sick, this, and that, instead of just making it very punitive and harsh. I think there's some real benefit there. So that's my only comments. Thank you, Mayor.
And I do think it's a balance, because if you say don't feed the wildlife, but you don't cite the code, there's no enforcement, just like smoking or trespassing. So you have to be punitive to that extent. You have to balance it.
I would say the balance though is that we don't tend to enforce anyway. I don't think we've written a single ticket for feeding the wildlife in Marina. I could be wrong, and Chief Russo's not here. You know,
We've never had an ordinance against it, so they can't cite.
I don't think we've cited anyone for smoking, which we now have an ordinance, right? You know, all these different things, right? I mean, and I don't think we want to necessarily go out and be punitive on some of these things, because there may not be a real benefit. But you're right, there's a balance there, but I think education is very important. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Viola?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to say that I understand the reasons for not putting, a ballpark on the Dunes Park, and I'm very glad about that. I think that now we have a solution that we can improve the ones that we do have in an area where baseball is sort of locationally the preferred place for many people who are already playing. So I just love the idea of a more open space with a great lawn. So I just want to put that on record as being a preferable thing, even though I know it was more financially driven, and so be that. And I would be willing to make a motion if there's no other comments.
We do have Councilmember Fisher. Then we'll come back to Councilmember Viola.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About tennis and pickleball, what is the status or planning for the Los Arboles courts that are going to be made beautiful?
In the CIP is funding for resurfacing of the courts. So that's one of the projects that most likely our new maintenance superintendent will be heading up in cooperation with the local school district.
Okay, hopefully that can be moved pretty soon. I know he's busy, but I would ask, because the courts are in such bad shape, and with the spring coming up, I would request to have that put to somewhere at the high on the list. I know what's to. And I had one question for Mr. Mayor. I know public comments has been closed. I would be able to be open for a member of the public who has shown up here probably for this, or is that not done? It's. Mhm. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I object as much as I hate to. It's just, we've talked about this on the dais several times just in the last couple months. It's really tough. If we agree to it tonight, I'd like the same favor to be extended for any one of us when someone walks in that, that would be my perspective.
Okay, thank you. I understand. So we know where you're here. Thank you.
Okay, am I ready then to make a motion? Okay, so let's see, I move to adopt the resolution XXX. Having received a presentation and providing the following input from the council. And I'm gonna list them that the Preston Park baseball fields are attended to before the phase 2 build out. 2, that we have a careful choice of grasses. 3, that we minimize signs and consider the design and content. 4, the pickleball wind barrier be considered. 5, the 9th Street exit redesign that will facilitate the dark sky. And 6, convert 2 tennis courts to 1 tennis court and 2 pickleball courts. Oh, and bicycle parking, thank you. To add bicycle racks areas. Yes. perpendicular rather
Yeah,
than.
look into the option too, if it's possible.
Okay, so we'll put that together, the one tennis court and two pickleball and consider a perpendicular orientation. Okay. I think so. Did I cover everybody?
I'll second.
I mean, I just remain concerned about the two different types of sport in that small area. I mean, if there's no other concern echoed by other members of this council, I'm not willing to kind of push it too far. But I just wanted to voice that. And then as in terms of that 9th Street exit, I mean, if we can just add, if, you know, if feasible, that they collaborate with me. Obviously, if it's not feasible, you know, we can't do it. So, thank you.
So would you suggest making it more formal that they go through Mirror with these modifications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Consult with Mirror.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
It probably would have anyway, but we're just trying to emphasize it by putting it in the motion. Okay. Is everything okay, Anita? All right.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry. And then approving the programming for phase 1 of the Dune City Park project as presented.
And that's what your modifications are about, right? Phase 1, for the most part. Okay, so we have a motion and second, right? So now we can have final comments. The amphitheater and parking, night use, do we see any conflict with dark skies?
I think that can be worked out with the lights and the structure of the lights, looking at how we can screen it as well. And the amphitheater is in the second phase too.
But when you do the parking for the first phase, it kind of dictates what
Yeah.
cars are gonna do when the amphitheater's in place.
Yeah, and we can look at what the parking lot lighting looks like. But that lighting is significantly less in height, you know, than what we would do for the sport field lights as well. But there are hoods and other mechanisms we can use, you know, and new LED technology is very good and very specific in its aim.
For a question for staff, can staff write up a couple of paragraphs that speak to concerns of ball field advocates that give them some comfort where we're going with Preston? Like, we got 3 million. We think it'll take care of planning and maybe something more. I don't know. Just kind of a synopsis of what we've done tonight so that we're not all giving slightly different versions of what we think we did tonight, but sort of an official version of what we've done tonight that the public can consume. I don't know that it needs to be part of the motion, right? Doesn't need to be part of the motion. Okay. Okay, any final comments, questions before we go to a vote? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you to everybody on the team for doing this. Great work. Thank you. The last major item of tonight is to consider any upgrades to our Del Monte Boulevard plan. Thank you, everyone, for being patient, consultants included.
Mayor, members of council, I'm Brian McMinn, the Public Works Director. For this item, do we have a presentation?
Got a big.
We have a presentation. Yes, that's good. Start. We do have the team for the Del Monte landscape meetings here tonight. Last time we left this, the presentation was made, you know, because of the time and the amount of, you know, the significance of it. Council had asked that we continue this to a future meeting, and here we are again today. In your packet, you have the full presentation from the previous round, but because we've had a passage of time here, we're gonna have the consultants make an abbreviated presentation, again, kind of bring us back up to speed. And then, you know, we'll be available for council questions, comments, and, you know, the deliberation that was deferred to this meeting. And I think with that, we'll bring up Bianca Koenig, award-winning landscape architect.
Wow, it was a big night. Thank you so much for hanging with us this evening. It's good to see you all again at a little earlier hour in the evening. Grateful to have your time and energy tonight. So just the mini recap, because we went into a lot of detail last December, in the middle of the holiday season. So quick recap, wanted to start with thinking, imagining what downtown Marina could be. A beautiful and safe place for residents and visitors of Marina to linger, to feel at home, to connect with diverse people, both familiar and new, to support local businesses, to walk and move with wellness, to delight in art, culture, and play. These are the things that we know the downtown vitalization can do for the city marina and what we hope to kick off with work on the Del Monte median. Just a quick bird's eye view of what you see today. It's a lot of potential. We have some existing medians with some great specimen trees that are, some of them quite doing well, some of them maybe not so well. But there are some significant specimen trees that can be remain. And then the open planter area that is just waiting for improvement. As you may recall, we did some various rounds of outreach, both in person and online, and kind of big picture focus for tonight on the medians themselves. The feedback we heard related to landscaping, number one, across the board, anyone we talked to in person or online, everyone, the Town of Marina is very conscientious about water and minimizing its use where possible. So number one, drought tolerant and water wise. And then from folks online and in person, we heard, as you can see also on the right-hand side, the preferences, a mix of color, a mix of design style, and then looking for that balance of getting California native and then checking that box for folks on looking great all year through all the seasons. Is the second preference. So with this in mind, we took a detailed plan view of the median and what it could be, looking at a mix of trees, planting area, and hardscape. We also were testing, in this exhibit, you can see there are some flag symbols. Wanted to make sure we could also work with the flag and maybe some future cultural displays in coordination with this planting and hardscape design. And in section, you can see median improvements that show a mix of partial hardscape, partial planting, and also a preview of the road diet or road narrowing improvements that were studied as part of this work. We wanted to make sure that as we're investing in the median, that we are also doing something that would work long term. So in the long term, as funding options become available to improve the streetscape around the medians, we wanted to make sure that investments in the medians would not be affected significantly. So you see in this section, we start to talk about the options for reducing travel lanes where feasible. Another thing we took a quick look at the concept level, we have about 1.5 acres of existing median area and wanted to see what that would take, both installation and maintenance. And what we found to strike a balance of all the goals of this project, we found the 50-50 balance to be the best fit, where we have for paving, for example, there would be a higher unit cost for paving at installation, but lower unit cost for maintenance long-term. And then for landscape, it may be less per unit cost for install, but would need a little more love over time in the long term. We also had some rough numbers to kind of also get on the same page on maintenance expectations. Because it's a median project that is near travel lanes, traffic, we would want to achieve maintenance that could ideally be once monthly, more than one laborer once monthly, but ideally with design and strategy, we don't want it to be too high maintenance, but we also don't want it to be totally neglected. This is just a small list of some design and maintenance considerations that we've been thinking about so far and would get into more detail at the next level of design. We've talked about install versus maintenance costs. And another big one, right plant, right place, probably heard that term before. Even more important in a median where we're surrounded by hardscapes, surrounded by travel lanes. So thinking about plants and their ultimate size and what type of maintenance would be required. And so we can, when you get into the next level of design, we can space the plants appropriately so that long-term the edging or shearing won't be too expensive is the goal for one example. And then we'd also look at plants based on their proven success in Marina. And again, looking at those big picture goals, looking good and etc. Also wanted to stress the importance of the planter areas. I mean, someone asked the question, hey, just what if we paved the whole thing? And it's like, well, that doesn't check all of the goals. The trees, the plants, they're not just for looks. They're providing a lot of value and benefit to the community, enhancing biodiversity, helping to combat the heat island effect. As you can see in the image above, that's a Del Monte street view with a section that doesn't have the big trees, and that versus a streetscape. This is a Carmel example, tighter street with larger trees. You can feel the cooling. You can feel the cooling effect just looking at it, as well as its ability to absorb carbon and pollutants, filter particulates. There's so much good we can get out of implementing an urban forest for this area. And then last but not least, big opportunity for the Del Monte improvements is to create that sense of place, to show that we care about this corridor, we care about the city, and the plants and the design can help us get there. So we just have a few more images to try to imagine what this place could look and feel like. An existing view compared to when road calming and road diet features are implemented, separation for bike lanes, and added planting and furnishings along the pedestrian walkway. This is a view of the median, which is our focus for tonight. And this is another view of that kind of 50-50 rough paving versus planting, what that could look like. And the materials, we'd be working with some materials that already exist on the Del Monte median. So working with what we got, not being wasteful and building on the bones that already exist. And then also potential for repurposing materials, diverting materials from the landfill where it makes sense based on other projects happening in the city. And here's another view looking from the Monterey Rec Trail side, southbound. And while we have that 50-50 split of planting and paving, even from this side, which is maybe the paving side, you can still get visual relief from the planting areas, and we can see how the flags and opportunity exists for cultural, seasonal art elements as part of this design as we get into the details. So again, our focus tonight is to move forward on the median. These are our quick summary of our findings and recommendations. We also have Derek with Kimley Horn to go quickly through the studies on traffic, and so that we can be sure that what happens in the median will work long term. And we'll look forward to your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca.
Great, thanks, Bianca. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Derek Wu. I'm a project engineer with Kimley Horn, and also from Kimley Horn in attendance is Frederick Venter. We're here to present the traffic analysis in support of the Del Monte median landscaping and downtown Marina Streetscape project. The objective of our traffic analysis was to determine a feasible Del Monte roadway design that is consistent with the vision for a unique, vibrant, and bike-friendly downtown Marina. The traffic analysis that Kimley Horn conducted was to determine a future roadway design that could complement the Del Monte median project and its streetscape and landscape improvements being presented tonight, address traffic calming and provide multimodal improvements for bikes and pedestrians, create a thriving downtown environment by improving multimodal safety and access, and finally maintaining a balance to provide acceptable vehicle traffic operations through the corridor. So for our study, we modeled 3 different Del Monte roadway layouts. The first layout that was analyzed was analyzing the existing 4-lane road geometry on Del Monte with the existing signals. This layout is the baseline condition if no improvements were made to the roadway. The second layout analyzed was converting Del Monte into a road diet and installing multi-lane roundabouts at the Rhine-Dollar and Palm intersections. A road diet is a type A of traffic calming feature where the number of travel lanes is reduced and that space is repurposed to provide additional bike, pedestrian, and streetscape facilities as shown in the example picture. In our study, the optimal road diet cross-section is keeping 2 northbound lanes from Rhine-Dollar to Palm and having 1 northbound lane from Palm to Reservation. The southbound direction would have 1 vehicle travel lane. And finally, the third layout analyzed was installing a road diet and also keeping the existing signalized intersections. So here's the layout of the existing 4-lane road and cross-section of Del Monte. Between Rhine-Dollar and Reservation, Del Monte Boulevard has 2 travel lanes in each direction. The sidewalk on the east side of Del Monte is discontinuous, and there are several sections where the sidewalk ends and mixes with driveways and off-street frontage parking, as you see in the picture. Also, there are no existing bike lanes or bike access on the street. The west side of Del Monte has the Monterey Rec Trail, and access to the trail is provided by crosswalks at the intersections. And then the intersections at Rhine-Dollar, Palm, and Reservation Road are signal controlled, and the existing speed limit along Del Monte is 40 miles per hour. One aspect of the Marina Downtown Specific Plan is changing the right-of-way to better serve the city's needs and transition Del Monte from what originally functioned as a state highway into a downtown environment with slower vehicle speeds for more bicycle and pedestrian access. So one of the proposed Del Monte options we analyzed is a road diet with multi-lane roundabouts at Rhine-Dollar and Palm intersections to maintain vehicle capacity during the peak commute traffic. In this layout, there are 2 different cross-sections. So the section between Rhine-Dollar and Palm, shown in purple, proposes a road diet with 2 northbound travel lanes and 1 southbound travel lane. The vehicle lanes are narrowed to allow space for protected bike lanes with a striped buffer. The east side of Del Monte, where future downtown redevelopment would occur, would be improved with a continuous wide sidewalk with additional space for landscaping and streetscape opportunities. The existing side width of the median in the center of Del Monte would remain where the new landscaping would be planted. And then in the section between Palm and the Reservation, shown in orange, is where it would transition Del Monte into a 2-lane road diet with 1 travel lane in each direction. In the northbound direction, the transition from 2 to 1 vehicle travel lane occurs between the Palm and Carmel intersections, as shown in the picture. And then for this cross-section, the vehicle travel lanes would be designed and wide enough to allow emergency access. On the east side, there would be space to install a raised buffer median to provide additional protection between the Class 4 bike lane and the vehicle travel lane. To maintain existing driveway access, the bike median would have brakes with green striping for visibility. And then the narrowing and reduction in vehicle travel lanes reallocate space for new bike and ped facilities, and overall provides traffic calming effect by slowing vehicle speeds through the corridor. So the traffic analysis of Del Monte also compared the operations between a signal and roundabout layout at Rhine-Dollar and Palm. At the Rhine-Dollar intersection, the optimal roundabout layout is 2 northbound lanes and 2 southbound entry lanes. And then at Palm, there's 2 northbound entry lanes and 1 southbound lane. Compared to a signal, a roundabout provides several advantages that enhance multimodal access, public safety, and traffic flow. Roundabouts have fewer vehicle conflict points than traditional intersections, which reduces the severity of potential collisions because cars travel in the same direction at slow speeds. Studies in the US have found that roundabouts reduce percentage of injury crashes and pedestrian crash rates versus other intersection types. And then the pedestrian crossing distances at a roundabout are shorter and two-stage, which provides more visibility and less exposure to oncoming traffic compared to other traffic control types. And then studies in the US have also found that roundabouts improve the efficiency of traffic flow and reduce vehicle emissions. The design team also met with the fire chief on the proposed layouts and determined that the roundabout option would also satisfy emergency access needs along Del Monte Boulevard. So also shown on the right is the Reservation and Del Monte intersection that we analyzed as a signal. And this intersection was analyzed with additional bike and ped crossing improvements from the RSTPI grant that the city was awarded in 2023. And those proposed improvements included a new crosswalk on the south side, curb bulb outs at the corners, and enhanced bike and ped crossings to the Monterey Rec Trail. And then some from our community workshops, we also received requests for improved crosswalks on Del Monte and more pedestrian connections with the trail. So this graphic shows the bike and pedestrian opportunities for the proposed roadway. At Ryan Dollar Palm and Reservation in yellow, there would be separated bike and ped crosswalks with enhanced green crosswalk markings. And at the Mortimer intersection shown in red is a pedestrian hybrid beacon would be feasible and would operate like the existing ped signal at the intersection of California and Marina Heights that's in the city. This type of mid-block crossing system shows a series of flashing lights to alert drivers to slow and stop when a pedestrian uses the crosswalk. In transportation engineering, one of the primary metrics that we analyze is what's called level of service. Level of service is a term to describe the operating condition of an intersection using a ranking scale from A to F. Level service A represents excellent conditions with free flow traffic, while level service F represents poor conditions and gridlock. And the level service standard in the city of Marina is level service D, which is the threshold in between stable traffic flow and complete traffic congestion. So this table compares the vehicle level of service between the various Del Monte layouts using future year 2040 traffic volumes from the county AMBAG model. For the road diet option that's highlighted in purple, the recommended road diet layout is again 2 northbound lanes to Palm with 1 southbound lane, which would yield acceptable level of service operations along the corridor. With this layout, the Rhine-Dollar intersection would operate at level service A to B, and Palm intersection would operate between level service B to D. For the signal layout, vehicle speeds through the corridor would vary between high or low depending if the car catches either a green or red light. In general, vehicle queues at a signal are stationary with lots of vehicle idling. However, for a roundabout layout, the average vehicle speeds are generally slower due to cars needing to yield and navigate around the circle. However, the traffic flow at a roundabout is continuous in all directions, and vehicle queues are dynamically moving and progressing forward. So as a result of that, both the signal and roundabout layouts yield similar vehicle travel times along Del Monte Boulevard between Reservation Road and the freeway. And then traffic analysis also looked at,
Derek,
sorry.
I want to be sure that, go back to that slide that council, that's an important concept because you see the roundabout, the AM peak is C and the PM peak is D. And you look at the existing 4 lanes B and B. And the point they made is that the total travel time between Reservation Road and Highway 1 is the same. And so even though that intersection is dropping from a B to D, the total travel time is the same or better, correct?
Correct. Very similar travel times before the options.
That's just an important concept that you need to understand.
So then if it's better or equal travel time, why do we lose LOS quality?
Well, Frederick could help answer that question.
Good evening, Frederick Venture. So the delay is determined for the average for the intersection, right? So it's all vehicles on all approaches, right? So you also have the side street approaches. The speed that we're talking about is only on Del Monte. So on the level of service side, you also incorporate the side streets, right? So with the signal, right, we give green to the majority of volumes, which is along the Almani, right? Where with a roundabout, but it's all a first come, first serve basis. And for that reason, the level of service for all the vehicles are a little lower. It gets very technical, but basically the green phasing is resulting in a higher average delay, and that's why the signal yields a better level of service.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Frederick. The traffic analysis that we did also compared the multimodal access and safety for bikes, pedestrians, transit, and fire. Under the existing 4-lane road condition, although vehicle traffic operations would be acceptable, there is poor bike and poor pedestrian mobility and safety since there are no bike lanes on Del Monte and the existing sidewalk on the east side is discontinuous. For the road diet option, vehicle traffic operations would be acceptable, and the proposed design would also improve multimodal safety, improve bike mobility, and improve pedestrian mobility. And between a signal and a roundabout option, the roundabout layout would provide better bike and ped mobility. And this is because pedestrian crossings at a roundabout are shorter and are 2-stage crossings, so pedestrians and bikes are more visible and less exposed to oncoming traffic compared to a crosswalk at a signal. And again, all of the options would also maintain fire, transit, and emergency vehicle access along the corridor. And then in conclusion, from our analysis, the proposed road diet and traffic calming layout on Del Monte would achieve the Marina Downtown Specific Plan vision and traffic analysis goals. The proposed road diet layout would meet the goal of supporting the Del Monte Median Landscape Project, provide multimodal improvements for bikes and pedestrians, create a thriving downtown environment by improving multimodal safety and access, and maintaining acceptable vehicle traffic operations through the corridor. Overall, the preferred option of the future Del Monte Boulevard improvements is to provide a road diet layout with roundabouts. That concludes our traffic portion, and I'll hand it back to Bianca for the next steps of the project.
Thanks, Derek. Okay, so a lot of information. Thank you for tracking with us. So our goal from tonight is to receive feedback on the Del Monte median landscaping portion, which is phase 1 of this project. We anticipate 3 to 4 months of detailed design before we'd come back to for review at the Tree Committee, Public Works, and City Council. We're anticipating a review along the 60% construction document side. And then to get feedback, once we receive feedback at that phase of the project, then we would go into final design, permitting, and back to council one more time for, at that point, hopefully, for call to bids, and then construction in spring of 2025 is what we're anticipating construction start. So all of the road diet, traffic, portion of the project, we are calling that phase 2, and that's something that the team would start pursuing this year. Just to understand, there's a June deadline, and that would be a separate phase 2 part of the project.
Thank you, Bianca, Derek, and Frederick. Just to emphasize it, we're at the point where we're going to start into detailed design for the landscape median. So Bianca had mentioned, coming back at 60%. So the feedback we're looking for from City Council tonight is we want to make sure that we're headed in the right direction as we start into the design. The changes at that 60%, we're probably talking more like maybe some changes, tweaks to some maybe a type of plant or something. But at that point, we're not really wanting to change, alignments within the landscape medians drastically. I think the plans have progressed fairly well at that point. So, kind of the input that we would like to have from council is getting us going in the right direction. As far as the road diet and roadway width cross sections, feedback from council would be beneficial at this time as well, because it is all made to work together. And we anticipate that we will be moving forward with a grant application through the Active Transportation Program. within the next few months, because the deadline for the next round is June 17th. And so, you know, feedback from council at this point doesn't mean that it's set in stone. But, you know, if you have concerns that you'd like considered by the traffic consultants as we put together these concepts, and we've had a lot of comments about treatment of bike lanes and making that safe in relation to bikes and pedestrians and traffic, things that we can look at as we're developing you know, the grant application scope. But that would also be coming back to council before we actually submit the grant application. And I think, I don't know, Blaine, do we, anything else?
Will help with the grant application if the council approves the road diet concept and the roundabout concept. Will that help us as we apply for the grants, or we just do that the grant application time? Seeing
Well, I think
Frederick kind of nodding a little bit yes on that.
yeah, I think we're at the point where it would be good to settle on what that is. I think the recommendation is the road diet with the roundabouts. That gives us a lot to work with in preparing a lot of that grant application and, you know, the real meat of it. And we can work through some of the details on, you know, how we treat bicycle lanes and stuff like that. But I think that in general, you know, getting concurrence on the road diet with roundabouts, I think is kind of at the level that we want to see at this point.
Because the ATP grant, it's an active transportation grant, and so they're looking for bike and pedestrian improvements, and so improving this concept really will improve our chances of this grant quite a bit, and so that's really an important part of the decision and input we need from tonight.
Yeah, we're ready for council questions and comments.
Okay, getting better at this. We're gonna go to public, starting with anyone in the room here personally, in person. Come on up if you'd like to speak. Not seeing anyone rising. We're gonna go to those remote, starting with Denise Turley. Matt, can you co-host me, please?
Hello again.
Hello, Denise. Welcome back.
Thank you. My only comment on the whole thing is, have you taken consideration of what I refer to as the parking lot, what y'all call Highway 1 between 7 o'clock a.m. and 9 o'clock a.m. and 3:30 p.m. and 6 o'clock p.m. So if you put in a roundabout and your roundabout is one lane southbound and the parking lot exists and no cars are moving, the cars that are trying to get on are going to back up theoretically into your roundabout. So what is your fallback for people getting on the freeway when the parking lot exists? And I will add, since I have the time, I left from my house to go to Chomp, which is usually a 23-minute trip. I took someone at exactly 8 a.m. Took me an hour and 15 minutes door to door, what usually takes me 23 minutes. And I finally got frustrated at Light Fighter, got off and took General Jim Moore and watched that it was stopped for miles. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Doug Yant.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just wanted to say first, I applaud you for moving forward with median improvements on Del Monte. I think that's great. That's a great improvement of the image for the community. But just to encourage you not to stop there. There's other medians that are critical to that, obviously reservation, even outside of the downtown specific area out by the airport. Of course, Imjin Parkway from Highway 1 all the way along, and then Second Avenue from 9th Street or 8th Street actually south to Duvarty. So there are some other very key medians and arterials that need to be upgraded and maintained, and just to appreciate the council recognizing that as a priority for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Tanya Roos. Welcome back, Tanya.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Tanya Rose. I am representing the Blue Zones Project, Monterey County, and just appreciating the very comprehensive and thoughtful approach to design and placemaking that has been presented here for a downtown Marina streetscape. The eye towards aesthetic and water-wise mixed design makes a lot of great sense. I think, really creating this sense of place will help residents and visitors alike, understand that they're entering the city of Marina, when driving, entering or exiting, right, when driving on this corridor here. So it's really going to set a tone for the overall city, which is a smart investment. Appreciating the conversation around ongoing maintenance and kind of striking that nice balance between plant selection, maintenance, given all of the different priorities and public access and whatnot on that corridor. Of course, the bike and pedestrian amenities are absolutely critical, and appreciating that their inclusion in this project. Blue Zones project, as you all know, supports active transportation, people biking, walking, rolling, using their bodies, improving their health to move around their vibrant cities. So this multimodal approach to rethinking this space is important. I love the idea also of creating and enhancing public gathering areas, incorporating art into the design. And lastly, the idea, and I think the recommendation of a road diet with roundabouts is wise. I think, they've done some great analysis through the engineering process here. We certainly are seeing more and more roundabouts and road diets being proposed and adopted across all of the Peninsula Cities region. There's a big project going on Upper Broadway in Seaside. So, more and more of this is going to become kind of the modern look of our cities, again, allowing multi-use active transportation and inevitably, or at the end of the day, healthier communities. So thanks for all the good work across the board.
Thank you, Tanya. And we'll leave public comment open for another moment in case anyone else who hasn't spoken wishes to raise their hand to do so. Come on, Leslie.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so we're going to close public comment. And starting off with Denise Turley's comment, how have the study of the AM and PM peak traffic considered the Highway 1 congestion and getting onto Highway 1 from Del Monte?
Sorry. The analysis does not take into consideration Highway 1. We were focused really on the city network. Granted, the freeway does congest, right? But irrespective if we have signals or roundabouts, if the freeway congests and there is backing up, it's going to congest the entire, no matter what control you have. So that will be in the northbound in the morning. In the afternoons, remember we have a freeway feeding and local arterial, right? So there's a lot of cars with a lot of capacity coming off. And part of that is why you also see the 2 lanes up to the first 2 intersections, right? It's just there's a lot of traffic coming in and we start cleaning it, right? So the lane imbalance that you see is mainly because of that. It's the freeway causing a lot of that.
Since you brought it up, is the logic that after the first couple intersections, enough people have peeled off into local residential
Exactly,
that there's less traffic north of Palm?
exactly.
Okay, I didn't note other comments from the public other than, supportive, but not like clarifying questions. Okay. Bianca, you mentioned cultural displays in the medians, besides flags. What did you have in mind?
That it would be something that we would review at the next level of detail. Something I also did not point out, but was in the exhibits, and you may recall from the previous presentation, there was an area along the sidewalk in the parkway where we had a specific area intended for cultural art improvements that was designated as a blue curving band along the pavement. But the details of those would be something that would be determined in coordination with different cultural groups in the city of Marina. It wasn't the time to make assumptions or make decisions, just putting placeholders at this stage so that we could have more detailed conversations with the key stakeholders to make more detailed decisions. So for now, in the median, we have the flags, which we know are a part of the city. I believe 4 times a year are on display in the median. So we wanted to make sure that worked as a minimum. But between the wall that is being proposed curving along and the paving, the detailing and the materials could be enhanced for other various reasons that are important to the city, anywhere from repurposing materials that would otherwise be disposed of, even though they have more life to give, or if there's opportunity, leaving openings in the paved areas for future art or cultural installations. We wanted to have that flexibility as part of the overall design approach.
Okay, and my other question is 25 hours per month approximately for maintaining Del Monte. And then you mentioned that Public Works crew might go there once a month. So are you thinking once a month, 5 people for 4 or 5 hours?
Right, plus or minus a range. And it may vary where, for example, now after a big rainy season, there's a higher influx of weeds. So there may be more maintenance in certain times a year that could be planned for, but in general, that would be average goal.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilman Viola and then McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the roundabout at Palm and Belmonte, it sounds like the surf project is going to be sort of centered at that intersection. And have you considered that? Because now we don't have buses coming out from Palm, but we will if and when the surf comes there.
Great question. Yes. So the design that we've shown in the concepts can actually accommodate what we call a California legal vehicle. It follows Calplan standards. The surf buses will actually have a smaller turning radii compared to the design vehicle for the round. So surf can be accommodated with the roundabouts.
Okay. So did you work actually with MST in designing that intersection or no? You
Yes.
just,
Yes. part of
great.
the team.
Great, thank you. And I probably assume that we have enough water, but I would just like to get that verified, that with all the extra maintenance and the water that we're going to be planning for, we absolutely have the right allocations, yes? That's a lame question, I think.
Yes, Central Marina has tons of water. So,
Okay.
so,
So maintenance should never be a problem.
no, the availability of water allocation is not the issue. The issue is going to be the
Money for me, yes, for upkeep, yes. and government. Okay, and then I just want to make a comment, since we're not looking at some of the details, I'm not gonna go into any of these until the next phase, Bianca, but I have to say that you have a real genius for architectural design, and I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to say 2 things that just kind of jump out at me, and that is the regular kind of curving nature of the walls and the disconnect, and then it continues again in a different shape. I just think that's brilliant. And the other thing is that on the side view of one of the pictures, you have it sort of sloping too. So it's not flat. And you've just taken both of these concepts and sort of put them together. And it's just, to me, I've never seen something like that. Maybe, there are places like that, but I feel like this is such a unique design for us on this median. And I just want to say thank you very much. I really appreciate your talent and genius. Thank you. Award winning. There we go. No, it goes beyond award winning. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilman McCarthy and then Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. Start with my toughest questions first. So in the presentation, it was noted that in the public survey that green and gray were the least favored, along with evergreen. And I know that we just talked about that we're not really to the level of talking about plant selection and construction specifics, but I want maybe some color. When does that time come? I'm a little concerned that we're still maybe not in agreement with what the community wants on that. And so when do we have that discussion?
I would appreciate all the feedback I can have at this time. And we will do our best to balance everything that we're hearing to provide the best recommendations for the city. So I am happy to receive feedback and comments, but we probably won't come to, we won't make a final decision tonight, but
Okay.
I'm happy to receive all feedback and comments at this time.
Okay. So, and I promise my more positive comments are coming, but I guess when I look at the renderings, I see a little bit more of the evergreen and the green and gray. And so I guess I'm a little confused there. And maybe it's because the renderings aren't specific enough about what it'll actually look like. My other comment is that the tree canopy that is proposed looks a little bit more lean than I think I would have thought was going to be proposed. We know that a lot of tree material dies in Marina, even when it's planted. So I'd be curious if it's possible to even look at doubling the tree material in the future and kind of getting a little bit more specific about what that tree material is going to look like. I too love the curved wall. It really stood out to me. Something that I have spoken, I know, Bianca, to you offline, was this concept of using lighting to help illustrate our identity as a city over time. And one of the things we talked about is maybe there's a piece of art that you light in different colors, right? It's Black History Month. You light it in Black History colors if that's what the council wills. But frankly, I think this wall might be a perfect opportunity to wash some different colors, 6, 7 different colors on that wall on each direction that can be configured in different configurations throughout the year. So just kind of a comment there. Along those lines, ensuring that we have sufficient electric outlets throughout the median is really important, whether we use them today or in the future. Seems like it's a problem currently. I've seen extension cords out there and everything else. So some comments about the actual street component. You've got me sold on roundabout. So, for me, that's an easy win. I'm thrilled to see that in the presentation. I am a little concerned about pedestrians. We do have an aging population in Marina, actually throughout the peninsula. We have, handicapped folks that already struggle with some of our crosswalks. And is there anything you can do to assure me that this really is safer for those individuals as well?
That's a great,
rather.
Yep, that's a great comment. So research shows that that roundabouts are actually far more forgiving for senior communities and for especially disabled communities as well. And the main reason is lower speeds, right? The crosswalks are so less wide or the crossing distance is so much less than you compare to a standard intersection. If you are involved in an accident in the roundabout, it's usually a little side swipe. Injuries are down. The challenge with us is really that our senior community do not know how to actually drive the roundabouts. So I think it's going to be important. Luckily, we're in a position where Marina has roundabouts already, and I think there's a lot of that, but it would not hurt to do a little bit of education and say, this is how we do it, right? But for the ADA component of this. If you have an ADA transition plan, you know, the people that are responsible for people that use the crosswalks, once it's constructed, you can arrange for them that they actually take people that are blind or deaf, that they can actually now understand how the crosswalk works. You know, there's really a full spectrum of how to really manage and make sure that the community is involved in the changes.
Thank you. And two final comments to that point. Was shocked during this recent storm to see how many people have blown through traffic lights that are out. I've never seen anything like it in the last decade or so. So I don't know if people have forgotten that you're supposed to stop. But I think you're right on about education and maybe enforcement as well. I mean, it might be an enforcement curve if we adopt this plan. Last comment is my walking partner, who happens to be my husband, woke me up at 6 a.m. last week to walk that rec trail. And I was shocked at how loud it was at 6 a.m. And I think that's because the material of the street, there's a cement. Is the intent that that material will change with this alignment, or will we keep that existing strange cement that is, I don't know how to describe it, but.
So that's probably a design question. I think we'll probably keep it, but remember, it's part of the noise is not just the cement, but also the speed, right? So it's number one, the engine noise that's generated, but the vehicle going faster over the concrete generates a louder noise as well than going slow. And that's one of the big benefits of roundabouts. That slower speed brings down the noise completely. If you know, we just did a roundabout in Burlingame, and there's actually a cafe that, you know, it sort of fronts onto the roundabout boundary itself. And the outdoor seating is right there and it's quiet. You can go sit there and you can enjoy a cup of coffee. And previously it was just cars speeding by. So the actual noise from tires plus vehicle engines are much lower.
So to the council and staff, what I would say is that if you haven't walked at that hour of the morning, the cement, it's like a sidewalk. So when the tires run over this kind of where the two cement joists or I don't know what the term is. I mean, it's loud. It was really difficult to have a conversation. I was really surprised. So I don't know if we can look at a different material or if that's cost prohibitive or.
So there are things that can be done with the concrete. It doesn't mean that you have to wholesale remove concrete and go with something different. You know, I've had projects where we have done overlays with certain treatments to the concrete prior, but there are also ways of repairing those joints in the concrete and doing profile grinding on the roadway itself to remove some of the differential in the roadway surface itself. So there are some ways that we can go about looking at improving that, and you know, those are things that we can look at incorporating into the ATP grant.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy, can you educate me? The only concrete that I'm aware of is north of Reservation when you head uphill toward Vince DiMaggio Park. So what location do we?
Yes, so this is the entire section from Reservation to Highway 1. It's whereas most roads are kind of asphalt. This is actually, if you look as you leave tonight, this is actually huge blocks of concrete. It's a concrete surface, which I had never realized.
From Reservation to Walmart.
No, I'm sorry, all the way to City Hall and beyond if you're going on Highway 1 south. So that entire stretch of Del Monte that we're talking about doing the road diet on is not asphalt, but rather concrete.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, staff and consultants for, I submitted some questions yesterday and already got answers, so thank you very much. And I just wanted to let everybody know, the public as well, that the landscaping and hardscape of the medians, of course, might need to be modified when roundabouts will be constructed at a later time. But I would accept that because we don't want to hold this up. This needs to be done sooner than later. And just as a consequence that the public won't say, oh, that's so silly, it was just constructed and now you're breaking it up. So we realize that that might have to be done. I'm very enthusiastic about the whole concept, the designs, landscaping, and the road diets. But I did ask questions about making it even safer for bicyclists, and I'm glad that consultants will look into that, because I watched a lot of movies bicycling in the Netherlands, my home country, which I always took for granted. But it's amazing if you Google it, it's usually foreigners, often Americans, who have made movies and they post them on YouTube to say, wow, what a concept. You don't have to stop as a bicyclist. And so I hope that we can do that here. It's safer, you know, and also it's more and more they now have put the level of the bicycling pathway at the same level as the sidewalk, same level as the pedestrians, instead of the same level as the cars. Anyway, there's reasons for that. Also, if there are parked cars, which won't be here, but like on Second Avenue, when you bike on the left side of parked cars. People can open their door. You know, you get doored. I think it's even a verb. So that's another reason it's safer to have that on the side where the sidewalk is. So I'm glad that you're looking into that. Because also one example here of Indian Parkway where you bike on the bike lane and then you cross Third Avenue, Fourth Avenue, whatever. There are even signs that say you have to get off of your bike and walk across the street. That's not bicycling. So I hope that we can avoid that for this project and any future projects. So, and what else did I have? Oh, flags. I thought I like the flags, but I think it's a lot of flags and we might want lots of flags now and then, but of course maintenance. So I hope that it's constructed so that the poles can even be stored. See, thank you, Bianca. I knew you would. There's reason.
I'm not.
So that if when you don't use the flags, that the poles are not even out there, that the poles are nicely stored somewhere where they will.
That's status quo.
Yes, and then if you need them, you can put up the poles and as many poles and flags as you.
How is that different than status quo?
Oh, is that the status quo? Yeah, so that's the same. Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's happening. That the
What's
poles.
left in between holidays is a hole in the ground that's about
Yes.
8 inches deep.
Mm-hmm. So that's similar. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there won't be poles sitting there being exposed to the X1. So thank you. And I agree with Doug Jans. You know, we know we have so many more medians that need attention. So this can be an example and the pilot. And one more thing only about doubling the trees, like Councilmember McCarthy suggested. I think, you know, I'm not an expert, but I think the number of trees seems reasonable to me. And for me, it will be more important that if trees are dying or worse when they're dead, they just need to be replaced. So, because trees will need space to grow. So, but I trust the designers for that. So yeah, I'm enthusiastic. So I cannot wait to see this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On Brian's questions that he wants feedback on, I'm completely satisfied with the road width, the 2 lanes in some sections and 1 lane each way in other sections, the roundabouts and all. Most of my comments are about the planting. But the engineer, Mr. Wu, is that your name? Mentioned that there'd be green striping, I think where bike lanes intersect with intersections. I'm not sure where those were. And all the green striping I've seen that TAMSI funded on Indian Parkway coming to Reservation Road and also Abrams Road, it doesn't last but, you know, maybe 2 years and then it fades. And so unless there's an aggressive maintenance of repainting, restriping, it looks great, shiny new, and then it doesn't look great later on. And we have a striping problem all over town, you know, where we're not able to do striping once it's new and then gets old, we don't get back to it. Like the rec trail, you know, good luck finding the striping. The rec trail to the high school, that's a separated bikeway, walkway, you can't see the striping anymore. And I think that this green striping, it maybe because it's colored, I don't know, it seems like it fades even faster than the yellow striping that's not very well maintained in our city. So is the green striping a maintenance like liability?
So I wouldn't say it's a liability, but it is a job, right? So I think if you look at Imgen, where they put the green striping, there's a lot of cars driving on it. So by default, it will deteriorate, right? It's the black rubber gives off on the green, it loses the beads, loses reflectivity, and you need higher maintenance. What we're doing here is there's only going to be at the roundabouts, right, where the crossing is. So we're going to have a bike green stripe next to the pedestrian crossing. So the whole idea of having bikes continue through and not having to get off the bike and push over, that's going to be the only location where vehicles will actually go over the green stripe and at a few driveways. But the city's specific plan is pushing all the driveways at the back. So we're not going to have as many driveways in the front anymore. The rest of this is where the bike lanes will have its own right of way, no vehicles traveling over it. So there's a high likelihood that your green striping is going to stay longer. We may also have the option of actually working in a green epoxy into the pavement instead of the green striping. We will lose a little bit of a reflectivity, but it will last a little longer.
Okay, thank you. And then one short question before we turn it over to Councilmember Viola. The road diagram, can you pull it up? It kind of showed the left-hand turn lanes arrows, the straightaway arrows. For example, at the Reservation Road, Del Monte Boulevard intersection. The plan, yeah, I think that's it. My Zoom box is on top of it. To me, I want to confirm that this is the status quo, except it looks like you're adding a right-hand turn to get onto Del Monte Boulevard if you're coming east on Reservation? Or is that already 2 lanes turning right?
So we adding a lane there.
Okay,
Yes.
so besides the addition of that right-hand turn lane to get onto Del Monte from Reservation, is there any other change in this design to the status quo?
Yes.
What are they?
So you can see on the south leg, so it's on the left-hand side, right? There's a crosswalk, okay, right? Which you do not have now.
Oh,
which is very important. So we're enhancing pedestrian. We're also adding, can you see the inside has the green striping, right? On the inside of the sort of the square, right? That, yeah, green. Okay, so that's for bikes, right? And then on all 4 corners, we are actually tightening up the curbs, right? So we're making the crossing distance less for the pedestrians. Because we're tightening up the curb radii, vehicles are going to go slower around the corners, which improves safety for pedestrians and bicycles. So this is really a safety pedestrian-oriented improvement, right? Instead of trying to solve vehicles. The additional capacity we get with the eastbound approach, coming from, going towards downtown, is the 1 lane that we've added, and that's a striping change. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's gonna be like a double cross.
It's like a double crosswalk. Bikes on one side, pace on the other side. North Fremont in Monterey. That's where you're going to see striping like that. South of 218.
Okay, I'm looking at 28, where you have benches and you have a trash receptacle and you have a light, Bianca. What are these, I don't know, these white things here? What is that supposed to represent? It's on page 28.
Yes, I believe this is from our original presentation.
So by our rules, I think we have to do something. So 1 moment, please, Bianca. You can continue thinking about what's going on here, but I'll make a motion that we continue tonight to the end of this item.
I second it.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
I think they're, yeah, I think she's checking something. Goodness. Oh, I shouldn't ask about it then. Bianca, I can just show it to you.
Okay.
There's these kind of, not hexagonal, but I don't know what you call that.
So the additional furnishing that we're looking at on the agenda copy from December's presentation, there's the bench, there's the light, and then those are bike racks.
Bike racks.
Yes.
Ooh, whoa, okay.
Yes, and so
well, there you
they're,
go.
yeah, they could hold 1 to 2 bikes and they could fit in these narrow parkway. They don't stand up, you just, they're similar to like a U-rack, so you have 2 points to rest on, but they're just a more modern shape and you can, yeah, like mostly you can get them in lots of cool colors. But
Aha, okay, got it, thank you. And I want to say on that same page, the trash receptacle, the bike racks, the benches, they all have kind of a similar, clean, simple line. But the light is so ornate, it just doesn't go to me.
Oh, thank you for your comment. That's it. So everything in that page is from the same manufacturer, so they did a great job of making the lines, quality and character match more seamlessly. And the light is still something open for feedback. It was a placeholder. That was the one where when we had the 3 options open to the public to provide feedback on, that was the one that received the most votes, that most people were amenable to. Yeah.
Okay, may I then go back to page 14 and my comment about that, which may explain why we got that design, is if this is on your survey demographics. And again, I just want to point out not crying over spilled milk or anything, but this is the challenge for Marina. We're 2/3 people of color and 60% of the respondents identify as white. So again, this is a perennial problem, and I just want to say it again that we have to look at what the magic wand is for reaching out to our other communities, because this is so typical. I mean, I have seen 3 surveys in the past year, and they're all like this. But we have to be careful about what we read from a survey like this.
100%. I agree. And I really appreciate your comment. I did want to also mention that the demographics that are itemized in our survey results are self-reported in the online survey. I regret not tallying demographics in our in-person meetings. I felt like we had a good mix of folks during the farmers market outreach. During our open house outreach, we weren't reaching a lot of people physically in this building. So we actually walked along Del Monte and spoke with people directly at the storefronts for about 30 minutes to an hour. So we didn't reach a lot of people, but we got to hear a lot of great stories. So that's absolutely in the future we can do better. And I really appreciate your comment.
And it's not just related to this survey. It happens all the time. We still have to figure out how to do the outreach. Also, I just wanted to caution you about, being careful to make things as natural looking. And so when the comment about multiple lighting for different symbolic reasons, I don't want the mediums to become something, something else, because I'm just cautioning you.
I appreciate that. We did hear one comment in outreach where it was important that it feel like Marina and not like a larger metropolitan area, for example. The great news is with the new technology with LED and color, you can decide maybe one day is special and it gets a special color for a specific reason, and other days it's different. So you'd be able to have that control and flexibility.
Great. Okay. And then this is more of a comment to Denise Turley, because I know we've recently been trapped in terrible traffic going to Monterey during the rush hour for a conference, Councilwoman Vischer and I. And so I think that there's a need for us to trust the careful traffic studies that have been presented, because quite frankly, they're kind of pretty technical, and so they kind of go over my head. And yet, on the daily basis, you experience this other stuff, and you have to say, well, is this going to really fix it? You know, because how could it? Because it's so bad. So I think that there is a sort of a layperson's trust that you have done your homework and that what you report to us is true, because I have no way to verify it. And I just hope that, you know, that people over time, once it's built, do get the sense that it was carefully planned and that these are the recommended solutions to resolve those.
That's a great comment. You know, what's most important with road diets is that you do not cause congestion. Community doesn't want to have more congestion. You're right. The added benefits of the road diet is that we maintain progression, but we focus on safety and better quality of life and the downtown experience, which is the great benefit for Marina.
Right. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so exhibit A1, page 102, existing treescape. It's a picture of the existing scape.
It might be on both.
We saw it earlier.
It's the sad picture.
It's the reality picture. No judgment here.
Oh, there it goes, 167.
167 on that. Yeah, you were there, 167, now you're on the 200s. So if you go to 167.
On the
Yeah.
PDF, whoever's scrolling down. Thank you so much.
Right there.
What's on
Almost
there?
right there.
There it
167.
is.
So I'm gonna start out with a joke. How are you gonna straighten these trees? No, seriously, I think except for Monterey cypress, we haven't seen a species of tree that grows straight in this median. And so one question I have, comment question is, instead of planning for taller trees, either can we plan for shorter species and or more individuals of shorter species? So if you have one per 50 feet here, can you have one per 50 feet of shorter stature, like toyons or silk tassels? Or can you have two per 50 feet of shorter stature trees to try to compensate for the loss in mass if you're not going to go for one big tree every 50 feet?
I'm taking notes because I really appreciate these comments, and we can do all of these things, and they're all of the things that we'd be able to address kind of detail and big picture. Backing up to your first question on the existing trees that are leaning quite dramatically. And I saw Patrick's name on the list as well, who's on available online if we have further questions with more specificity needed. But part of the next step in detailed design is to do a formal tree assessment and survey to understand which trees are, how they're rated in regards to health. And so there may be a combination of maintaining the existing trees that are healthy and that are acceptable in appearance, and then addressing potential trees for removal, which is why we also listed the tree committee as one of our next stops and the next part of the next steps. So there may be trees that would be designated for removal, and then in their place, we would look at options for shorter trees that take the wind on in a more graceful manner, and combined with taller trees. So it's kind of, we're looking for that balance where I don't want to say one thing is going to solve all of them. It's going to be a mix of using all of these tools, the bigger trees that can hold their form and shape. And right now on the median, it does include the cypress. They're the most significant. And then there are some eucalyptus, and there are some olive trees that are also existing in addition to these melaleucas that are shown as leaning right now. So there's a big mix of trees right now, but we will look at them, which ones are healthy and could perform longer term, and then come in and provide, once we have those spaced out in the plan, we know what we're working around, then we could add the different size trees that would respond in a way that's strikes the best balance in appearance and expectations.
Okay, so for a moment, I want to think about non-trees, because we're a non-tree natural landscape. We're a shrub landscape, right? The wind comes off the ocean. We were coastal sage scrub, coastal dunes, maritime chaparral. We weren't oak woodland, Monterey pine forest for a reason. And with these size trees, we're trying to be something that's fighting nature. If you go up Reservation Road from Seacrest, where Lucky is, east, no one ever complains that there's no trees, because there's shrubs that have been there forever. It's like they're a museum. They're super low maintenance, they're non-native, but they're there, they're evergreen, and they take up space. And people aren't complaining about that section of Reservation Road. Not because there should be more trees, but because there's enough shrubbery that it sort of satisfies people's desire for something alive that doesn't look bad. Now I look at it and I think, well, we could do a lot better, but it's not something we hear complaints about. You know, Del Monte, you hear complaints about. If you go to the high school, which is on Patton Parkway, we were talking about this earlier, there's a lot of trampling that goes on, so no matter what you put in, short of a big tree, it's going to get obliterated. But once you get past that point where people, high school students, walk into the high school parking lot, there's a section just like the trampled section, but it's not trampled. And it's 5 foot tall, beautiful, evergreen Hooker's manzanita, a local special status plant that's doing just great. It looks beautiful, it's evergreen, but it's not a tree. And I don't know that we've gone through this process of logic that considers all the options before we end up with non-native big trees that have suffered in Marina's Del Monte median from Beach Road all the way down to Highway 1. We haven't yet done a tree planting that's done well, except for an occasional cypress that does super well. And yet, can you go to the next slide? I think it shows like a futuristic plan. It looks like a lot of water, a lot of non-native trees. It looks like, you know, your dream, but it's not reality. And, you know, these are pines that aren't doing well. Our pines are not doing well in the median. And then you have these broadleaf, I'm not sure what they are, maple or what, I'm not sure what they are. But it looks like an Anywhere USA, try to look pretty downtown landscape. They're all straight, and it's very different than the picture we just saw. So I'm just not sure that we have that logical sequence of, you know, getting to where we're going to succeed. Okay, that's all. Councilmember Biala?
You know, you're stimulating some ideas for me. You know, I have a brother who lives in Arizona and a special place called DC Ranch, and they're award-winning development, and they use all natives, but it's pruned and planned, and so you know you're in the desert. If you go to anywhere in Phoenix, it could be like this. You have no idea that you're in the middle of a desert. But they do such a good job, so you really do know you're in the desert, and yet it looks very nice. So it's the battle that we always face with our natives. Don't look too nice if you really, so it's about choosing. It's about carefully planning for that look, that natural look that is not just nature. You know, we didn't just throw out seeds there and see what grows. So I think that I like that concept. Maybe not quite as natural as maybe you might think of it, but it's landscape natural. And I think there might be something to that, so that we don't look like this. this looks like a street in Fresno or, or
Sunnyvale.
Monterey or whatever, or Hollister, or whatever. I mean, we have a special environment, so we might want to try to do that. That could be very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the great respect I have for this council, I'm confused and I don't know where we go. I'm really worried. I've said to this council before that I think that this project is one of the most important things that we've done, certainly since I've been on council, and quite frankly, for a long time. I am really worried we're not going to get this right. I think the mayor is right, and as he's an expert in this field as a botanist, there are no native trees in Marina. Marina is essentially, with the exception of inland oaks, right? It's a coastal scrub area. It's very deserty looking. I mean, if we want to go in that direction, I think that the survey has showed that that's not what the community wants. They don't want the green and grays. They don't want, it sounds like they do want seasonality and colors, which really seasonality is not something that's native to Marina in that respect, right? I mean, you kind of have one season, it's cold and wet all the time. I'm just really concerned. I would like to see more trees. I would like to see more cypress. I think the cypress are iconic and beautiful in this area. They bring a sense of place to not only locals, but to people that come from out of town. They increase our economic engine in that sense because people come to Pebble Beach to see the lone cypress from all over the world, right? It's that iconic of a tree. It's that important. It happens to grow really, really well in Marina. Aside from the mayor, now that Councilmember Medina has left, I guess I can say I've lived here probably longer than others. And I remember just in 2010 when our medians here in Marina were vastly different than what they are today. And we can take a journey through Google Streets if the council's interested. But I mean, they were green, they were manicured, they had many more cypress than exists today. They had other species of trees that were unfortunately fell to the wayside and weren't maintained. At a minimum, I would hope that we could go back to something like that. I'm worried if we try to go all native and kind of down that road, we're really going to set ourselves up for failure. Yeah, it's just not something that I think I can be prepared to support. And I know there's a lot of passion on both sides of this. So that's kind of, I guess, where I'm at. I still would love to hear some more perspective and see where we can go tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. I think it's a red herring to say natives are ugly, non-natives are prettier as eye candy. If you go look at 2nd Avenue, to Doug Yount's point, it looks horrible. They were all non-native. There are many places in Marina where the non-natives look sucky because they're not maintained. If you don't water and prune and care for plants, whether they're native or non-native, they will look ugly. It's not where they're from, it's how they're maintained. So if I were to take a picture right today of 2nd Avenue, nobody would say that that's good. And it's all non-native. So it's not an argument between non-natives or natives. If you go to the high school and see the Hooker's Manzanita that's bright green all year, no one would complain about that. And it doesn't matter if it's native or non-native. It matters that it's attractive, low maintenance, low water, no water. It's had no water for probably 10 years because the ground irrigation has been defunct for that long. And yet these are beautifully green, evergreen bushes that require no maintenance because they're not growing because they've reached their full growth. And it doesn't matter if they're native or non-native. It matters that they're beautiful, whatever they are. They just happen to be native. So we have a logical sequence where we consider what's native and non-native, and we make sure that we've exhausted our native opportunity to be respectful of our heritage and beautiful to eye candy for people who want eye candy, then we go non-native. But it's really a matter of maintenance and water and that kind of a thing. So go to the high school and see all the trampled manzanitas. They're ugly, but so would all the stuff on 2nd Avenue, which is non-native. and then go a little bit beyond where the high school people turn in and see beautiful shrubs, and go to Reservation Road and see adequate shrubbery that's completely non-native that no one ever complains about because it's evergreen all year round, low maintenance. That, I mean, if Reservation Road could be Del Monte, people would probably be a lot happier. Not me, because it's anywhere USA. It's not a sense of place, but at least it's better than Del Monte. Happens to be non-native. So there's examples of good non-native and good native, and vice versa, bad of both. It's just how you care for it. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher and then Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as you know, I like trees, and again, at the dunes, the park next to my home, it's trial and error often. You know, there were trees that were not doing well, and after 3 years or so, I contacted the management companies that I think they've had their chance. So they put in different trees that are doing great. I did water them when we had warm weather for a while when they were small. But so I do like trees, and I understand why this is part of the landscape plan. But I also know how passionate you are about natives. I love the Monterey cypresses, and what I learned is that they actually are good next to curbs because their roots are fibrous. They have one deep root, and then the rest is very flexible. So that might be an option to look into. But I would say I know some trees, and same with plants, by the way. Some plants do well in one street, one park strip, one street over. So it's trial and error, and maintenance will be so important too. If there are species planted that don't do well, they need to be replaced. I mean, but whatever gets selected, it will be better than what we have now. It's so I like the design with trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala?
I feel like I have to go back in my old pictures to look at how the landscaping is in DC Ranch in Scottsdale, Arizona. And I don't know them well enough, the species, but they did have a lot of cactus because it's a desert. But they also had a tree that was very beautiful, interspersed in the landscape with the with the cactus, and it if that wasn't a native, it was at least very drought tolerant. And so maybe we don't say it's either or, but we look at something that still blends in with the rest of the natural habitat, and then experiment with how you can make it beautiful. Maybe I'll try to look through my photographs and sort of send you something that it's distinctly a desert, but it's beautiful, and they have figured out a way to combine some of the native species, maybe with non-native. So I'll do that. But I think maybe that's it's not so much a compromise, it's just what I have seen and what I saw as being very beautiful and a sense of place, not like this everywhere, anywhere, USA kind of thing. Thank you.
For the community that wants I can, bright colored flowers year round and be happiness. It seems like art also would make those community members happy because it's there all year round and something beautiful to look at. It might be unique. It might be, it might speak to our history or natural environment. So I'm curious where art is planned to fit into our movements.
Regarding art in the medians, that's something that we want to address at the next level. So we have spaces for that. Also to consider are the roundabouts. Should the roundabouts be implemented, they are also a prime area where art could be located. So I'm kind of dragging my feet on making any decisions on where art could go, because probably the roundabouts are a good location, and then we can, at the next level of detail, identify areas along the median that makes sense, either spacing or visibility.
So right now, the designs that we've seen, as nascent as they are, the designs we've seen tonight show in some slides, long stretches of median and long stretches of um, uh, early planned landscaping where you have circles for trees and shrubs and stuff. But there's no art there other than the curved walls, which are kind of art. And so it seems like the art pieces could be planned along with the living pieces. Otherwise, later on, we're gonna have to stick art into something that was already planned without art being a component of it. So I don't know why at this stage, we can't at least have locations where art will go without knowing if it's gonna be a bird or a soldier or a human, you know, whatever. But if we don't get art until later, I'm afraid that that's too late for the best kind of designing to blend the art with the landscaping. Because I would guess that some art would be better near some landscaping than others. And we limit our art options by doing landscaping first and then starting to think about art second.
So for art, we can make, well, it could be so many things. There's a million things that art can be. And we were just looking at one section of the median that is much longer than what we have illustrated for you so far. So that would be the next step. We could make, if art is a priority, then we make the space for the art. And that's what the feedback that I'm looking for tonight. Then we could make that the space for art. But I'm not an artist. And so the next step would also be coordinating with what does that future art look like. There's, I understand there's even placeholders for art in the IMGN project as well. So, and I think this discussion may have come up in previous council meetings. Is there a larger process for implementing art in the city of Marina? Because it can become very many different things. It can be something, and it can be something that is not always agreeable to all, and maybe that's okay. So art can be a lot of things, but what I'm hearing is that it is a priority, that we want it to take space before we plant trees, before we put down paving. We want to know where that art is. And part of the next step will be surveying the existing trees that we believe are viable for retaining, and that will be important information before deciding where art would go as well. So it's kind of, we have a lot of pieces we're balancing, but this feedback is very important so we can know the next steps.
Another example is on that wall that you use subtle art, because I really fear that we're putting art on a median and it detracts from your safety while you're driving. If I'm driving down the street and I see many beautiful things and I want to, look at them, it's not the right place for art, I don't think. I mean, art meaning, you can have sort of designs that sort of reflect the natural environment along that wall. And I have wonderful examples of that again from Arizona. But I just, there's something there that have you seen that where we have all this art lined up in a median, and is that safe for driving?
So placing art's an art. Okay. Usually we do it at entryways to first establish a theme, right? And you can choose distinct areas, but you're right. You don't want to distract the driver, right? But you still want to make it look beautiful. So it's going to be that there's a bit of science in it. And I think it's going to be Bianca working with the artist and with you deciding what to do.
Okay, thank you.
So on Del Monte, how much art, if any art, I'm talking like, 2 feet or taller, like pieces, how many, how frequent, if any at all, would be appropriate, safe, and attractive?
So we can definitely do something inside the roundabouts, those medians. It's a nice place. It's a little bit of a visual, and you don't need side distance, so those are fine. It's also, remember, the art's not only for the drivers, it's also for the pedestrians and the cyclists and the community. And if you go to a store, You know, adjacent to it, there's a cafe, you sit outdoor, you appreciate it, so it's that visual impact. When the art gets placed, we want to look at side distance, right, from a traffic perspective. So are we blocking any side distance? You know, we may plant a bunch of trees that flower really well, and somebody can say, well, that's also attracting my attention of my driving, right? So I'm not, again, I'm not the expert in telling you how many places you should put it. What I've seen, if you go look for examples, definitely entryways, definitely in the roundabouts, you know, and something in the middle can be more subtle. And theming becomes important, right?
Like wall art.
Wall art's good. Wall art's not a problem. That goes up everywhere. Caltrans does it everywhere as well. That really makes it look nice. And those are very subtle and very simple.
And then how about art? I'm looking at this proposed view, which is very beautiful with lots of vegetation and people sitting. And so I'm thinking, is art a better option between the sidewalk and the bikeway? In this, you know.
Yes, yes. That's where the pedestrians are going to be. Yeah.
Has any thought been given to art between the bikeway and the sidewalk? And what is that thought?
That was the intention of the blue ribbon that goes through, breaks up. So we don't have only planting areas in the parkway. There's more space for people to walk and pass people. But then that blue element can become an art element. And at each block, it could tell a specific story about the culture or people or history of Marina, to be designed and fabricated at a future time.
Okay.
That was just a placeholder.
And lastly, when you talked about cultural displays, I thought of 3D elements. But can you remind me from what you answered earlier when I asked this question, what you were thinking of cultural display?
So it could include the flags, which is what we experience today in Marina, or it could include another type of vertical flag element that maybe it's not the American flag exactly, but it's maybe another story to tell using that same system.
A temporary flag thing?
That could be an option. Otherwise, if there were specific areas along the median or the roundabout where we wanted to say, no, this is an area to tell a specific story that needs to be told, then that could be an opportunity. But Frederick did bring up a good point. Art in the median versus art in the parkway, which is the area between the bike lane and the sidewalk. When it's at the sidewalk, people can walk up to it. They can read about it. They can get close. They can take a photo with it. When it's in the median, it's something bigger, faster to digest. You can't get close to it. You don't want to attract people to go into that median to get close to it. So the median we can keep simple, for example, and preserve more one-of-a-kind artworks where folks have an opportunity to get closer is another option.
We have about 6 dolphins around town. And they're about life size, about 6 feet long, and about 1.5 feet wide. If you put a few dolphins, I'm using as an example just to think this through, along this median, is that somehow unsafe because it draws people's eyes or sight limitation?
That I can't say 100% this is going to be 100% safe, but the dolphins exist in the community. It's something that people are familiar with. So that is something that could be incorporated and we can work with. Same with the plant selection and art selection. At the next level of detail, there are, I think you mentioned the sight lines. There's the sight lines where we want people to be able to see across the median, maybe in specific parts of it. So all of these things will have to layer on top of each other before making a decision on space available and then balancing it with all of the other ideas of planting and such.
Did you have something more?
No, no. The side distance, and you can put dolphins.
the one thing I would say is we've looked at our work on roadways before, and one thing we've done in the process is we've taken it to the Public Works Commission and when there's art involved, we've taken it to the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission for their input on it. So, if the council would like input from that on, their viewpoints on the art, that could be part of this next process as we go through that to get their input.
So how do we get from here to there? Does the council need to give you direction or?
Well, I mean, we've had a lot about talk about where to put the art, and I think we've talked about where is it going to be safe, what's appropriate and stuff. Not a lot of talk about what that art looks like. But I think, the team can probably look at it from, hey, these are probably the safe places to put it. And then somebody like the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission would say, hey, these are appropriate themes for the art. And that will kind of focus, what the art actually becomes.
Well, it seems like there was a window open in the last 10 minutes where dolphins might fit in long stretches where there's no turns. And so they wouldn't be a problem with trying to turn and getting in your way of your site. But how would we decide if dolphins, for example, would be appropriate at certain locations or not along Del Monte Boulevard?
I also think that we would do that in the next step. So if we've received, frankly, a lot of good feedback and comments. I think there's a lot when you talk about the brilliance and genius of Bianca. We've gotten a lot of individual comments and thoughts that I think we're going to go back and I think, like she said, 3 to 4 months, because there's a lot of time that we have to put into it. Look at the art issue, the placement, what type. Look at the issues you brought up, all the different council members, and but we've gotten a lot of good feedback and comments. So I don't think unless there's something overlooked in your comments, I think we've gotten a lot for now that we need to go back and work hard on our end and come back up at our 60% with that and see if we're on target. And if not, give us more feedback and we'll go back and.
Okay. All right, let's go to Councilor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few more things, just to throw it out there. I like the Monterey cypress trees at Sea Haven in the roundabouts. I don't know how the team will think about that because there's space and they're beautiful. And the other thing, the dolphins. I sound like a broken record, but the dolphins that we do have, even the 2 that are here, they need attention. They're sad. They need maintenance. Yeah, they need to be, free exercise. So anyway, that's, like I said, broken records. And I have one more thing that I now forgot. So I might come back, but thank you.
I do like art in roundabouts, but I do want to make sure I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, with due respect, I think dolphins are a little overdone and I don't see it as being additive for a median. So I don't want us to get trapped into saying, that dolphins could be so let's let the rec and cultural services decide, but we've already decided it's going to be dolphins. I don't know how to go about doing it, but maybe the consensus, it sounds like, is at least on the roundabouts. The other areas, I don't know if it's just a matter of safety that decides whether we want art in the medians. I don't know how to handle it, but I think that we should rely on Bianca's artistic ability more than anything. I think we can get a safety report, but I see that she can combine all the ideas and come up with her own rendition of beauty on our medians. So I would like that to happen. Thank you, Mr. May.
I remember what I wanted to say, and I know staff already is aware, the June 17 deadline is really important. So I hope that this gives enough information to keep on going with this project.
Yeah, I think we've haven't heard anything about not doing the road diet. And so we're taking the direction out of here that we're moving forward with the roundabouts, we're moving forward with the narrowing of the roads and the pedestrian and bike paths. And, uh, and the next step to really put the effort on, try to understand is the balance of all the landscaping and how the maintenance and the art. And we definitely got a lot of work to do on that.
Don't think any motion is needed because we've received the presentation and provided input. All right, thank you everyone for staying so late. Not as late as it could be, but pretty late. This meeting is adjourned. Have a safe trip home, everyone.